All right, good morning, everybody. Today is September 24th. Quite a few things to discuss. Obviously, we have Baba and NVIDIA forming another partnership. Alibaba gapping up to the high side right now. The news hitting the tape is that Alibaba and NVIDIA are the latest and greatest partners. And yeah, I'll show you the headline right here. Alibaba partners with NVIDIA to power robots and self-driving cars. It's deepening its artificial intelligence ambitions by integrating NVIDIA's suite of physical AI development tools into its cloud platform, a move that strengthens ties between two of the most influential players in global AI. Alibaba shares rose on the announcement. So NVIDIA just seems to be partnering with everyone, but obviously pumping liquidity and continued strength back into China. Where is that? All right, so that's a positive announcement. So China stocks are obviously catching a bid. Let's look at JD. We were close to buying that yesterday, never pulled the trigger, but JD gapping up. Let's look at NEO. NEO slight little gap up. TME, Tencent Music, not performing as well, and Tencent Music actually looks like it's going lower, pretty bearish in the near term, but holding quite steady here. Let's look at some of these other names. Chegg gapping up a little bit. PDD gapping up just a little bit. But really it's just BABA showing resiliency in the pre-market here. IQ, that's not doing anything. You also had crazy news on LAC, Lithium Americas Corp. Trump potentially taking a 10% stake in the company as the US is looking to potentially secure a little bit of national security in its path to lithium. So Lithium Americas stock surged in the pre-market following that the Trump administration is looking to acquire a 10% stake in the company. Pretty impressive news on the session. So obviously we can look for sympathy plays. I think there's quite a few other names in the lithium space. Let me just actually go to my lithium chart here. Where is lithium? There's lithium. Whoa. Lithium. So these are some of your household names and ETFs. So some of them won't be performing as well because of where they predominantly do their business, but LIT, there's going to be a net flow of liquidity probably into the entire sector off of this move. That's an ETF. SLI, gapping up. But yeah, LAC is your big one. LAC is your big one, catching a really nice bid. All right, we got Bloom Energy BE. This has had a stellar run to the upside, getting a little bit of sell side pressure, gapping down. This one is actually on watch for a potential bounce today. Um, Again, after a stock has a strong move to the upside, this parabolic rise, and this is the first initial pullback, this is something we could actually look for a long setup and buy. Let me just see where, if there's any technical support. Let's look at these two trend lines. Okay, so we have that. Let's erase these two areas. Let's throw up a retrace from this area. So you can see you're coming right into your first Fibonacci area for LAC. Sorry, for BE, not LAC, BE, Bloom Energy. And basically why Bloom Energy is gapping down this morning is you got a little bit of a downgrade by Jefferies. So Jefferies downgrades BE to underperform, raises price target to 31. So they raised their price target to 31, but we're still trading at 70. Crazy, eh? Absolutely crazy. But nevertheless, Bloom Energy, I think I'm gonna try to take a stab on the long side today for a day trade. I'd love to see it come into that gap fill. Don't know if it's gonna happen, but that could be an area of opportunity. That weekly 7 moving average is still so stretched though. It's crazy. Crazy move when you think about it. Let me throw up another fib retrace from, let's go from this low pivot. Yeah, there is going to be some support here around 69 bucks. We'll watch that one. That'll be on watch for a little bit of a long scalp today. All right, Micron reporting earnings and initial pop getting sold into. They did raise their guidance quite substantially. Management was very bullish over the call, but nevertheless, price action is getting sold into off of the hype. It just shows you how this type of a move was expecting a pretty big pop or drop, and it really is fairly muted. So market makers are winning, um, basically crushing all that IV. So. Uh, again, no one's really winning on the pop or the drop play, so I still think Micron's very expensive in the near term, so I'm still slightly bearish. I think Micron's probably going to come down in the near term. All right, just looking at some of the top gainers here on the list. So we got ServiceNow moving, MCore, EME moving, Alibaba, obviously Power, PWR Quantum Services, AutoZone, NOC, Westinghouse, SAP, BMA, so Banco Macro moving, GE, Thor Industries is nicely moving, KBR, Albemarle Marley, Southern Copper, SCCO. That one is one that we continue to remain bullish on. You look at SCCO's chart, and we've been pounding the table on SCCO to get long, and that's gapping up quite nicely. So really nice move to the upside. We're still in the money on our common shares. We did take a minor trim at this reversal candle, but another stunning gap up for SCCO and copper stocks. Looking pretty good. Let's continue to go through your RH catching a bid. Vista Energy, VIST. So it's not Vista, but it's Vista. Vista Energy catching a nice bid as well. That's trying to shake and move to the upside. Let's look at RDDT. So Reddit catching a little bit of a gap up bid. This is another one that could be on watch for a bit of a long continuation bounce. You've broken above your massive weekly 52-week high pivot here, consolidating, looking like it's trying to build a potential bullish base to move higher. We'll watch that. Just give me 1 second here, guys. I got to just send something out. Add in. 1 second. Scroll through here. CRCL is seeing a little bit of strength here in the pre-market, also trying to push up. So commodities remain firm. You got crypto trying to catch a bit of a bid after it was weak in the pre-market, making a nice little reversal off near-term support. Bitcoin, Ethereum bouncing. Look at Bitcoin tagging that EMA 113. This is a big level. Bitcoin, if it can hold this area, Bitcoin is shaping up for an inverse head and shoulders pattern. It hasn't triggered, and Bitcoin right now is making a high, low, lower low. So it's just forming a bit of a wedge formation. But if it can hold this EMA and push up, it looks like Bitcoin's going to probably push up to about 116. And then that would be the deciding factor for either breaking it out, trapping bears, or trapping bulls. So market makers always like to try to trap liquidity. And by pushing it up to the neckline, they would pile in a lot of people long. They would start to make shorts a little bit nervous, and then they could, either stop shorts out or they could trap bulls and break it out or break it down. So it's probably going to keep pushing up here. Let's just see what else we got shaking and moving. So two interesting things we need to watch for today, guys. Your US dollar is breaking out to the high side here. So the Dixie is looking pretty filthy, in my opinion. We just got to be mindful. We do have some more housing data today that is set to take place. And sorry, building permits actually came out, so already at 8:30, better than expectations. So that's obviously pushing the dollar up here in the near term. But the Dixie's looking pretty strong off of this intraday pattern. So if that Dixie can keep pushing, then it's looking like the markets could come under a bit of pressure, but trying to confirm a 4-hour chart breakout. There's still 2 hours left in this candle, but that US dollar is looking quite a bit more firm in the near term. So just keep your eyes and ears about you. And then you also have simultaneously crude oil trying to break out to the high side here. So crude is on watch. Crude oil inventories are set to take place today. So we've got to be mindful of that because 10:30, if crude catches another fat bid, then you have a little bit of an attempt at a daily chart breakout for crude. So crude and the Dixie are two headwinds for the market. So DXY crude are looking pretty strong intraday. Crude right now up 1.2% on the tape. All right, let's see what else we got going on. So again, you're seeing quite a bit of energy stocks doing extremely well. Um, so PayPal also doing really well this morning, trying to push up after it had a little bit of a bearish breakdown. PayPal still just finding a bit of a base here, forming one of the biggest basing formations ever. DRS acting well this morning. You got Open Door catching a pretty big bid. After a hard sell down yesterday, it's up a few percentage points. Oracle's continuing to see some distribution, and this is probably smart money's realizing that if that TikTok merger comes out, you're going to see a really, really big dilution. I mean, for Oracle to buy TikTok is just a crazy, crazy, crazy amount of money. So just keep that in mind. ALAB under a lot of pressure this morning. ALAB looks like it's coming into that gap fill. There could be a day trade long on ALAB today, but ALAB's definitely in trouble right now. So I would take ALAB a scalp long. this morning if we hit the gap fill, pierce the gap fill, and tag that 20-day moving average. So that could work out for a little bit of a long opportunity, but you can see that there's still potentially another $6 to the downside. Let's look at uranium stocks here in the pre-market. So URA is continuing to show its strength up here, letting some of the moving averages catch up, still a little extended. Name like Oklo is still just an absolute monster, pushing up, creating another daily close yesterday. Gapping down slightly here in the pre-market. IONQ also so extended. I'm still short IONQ, but nevertheless, that one is under a little bit of pressure. And interestingly enough, it is kind of diverging a little bit from the other quantum stocks. So QBTS gapping up this morning. Rigetti gapping up this morning. So you have the entire complex gapping up, but IONQ is showing a little bit of lagging price action. So that's kind of interesting. Looking at the SOXS, despite the equity markets up, you do have your semiconductors bear ETF trying to gap up just a little bit here. So that needs to be monitored. SES, this stock continues to shake and move to the upside, just crazy. Hard reversal candle, you're doing a retrace today. This one could be on watch for a bit of a short setup. Interesting. All right, let's see what else we got going on. So again, your building permits, month over month expectation was for a decline of 3.7%, coming in at minus 2.3, so better than expected. Building permits were expecting 1.31 million, coming in at 1.33 million. Interesting. And then your next data set is your new home sales and then crude oil inventories. So we'll watch those carefully. Planet Labs, let's look at PL. That's seeing a little bit of distribution. Actually, sorry, no, I stand corrected. It's popping up this morning. Popping up this morning. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Most trades. Wow, look at FCX this morning. So Freeport McMoran. I don't know if there's news on Freeport, guys. Let me just check my news. So FCX. Freeport McMoran declares a dividend. Freeport expects Q3 sales to be minus 4% lower for copper and minus 6% lower for gold. Wow. So Freeport McMoran guiding down here, guys. That is not good for FCX. We just looked at SCCO. All right. Members, I am exiting my SCCO. CCO member trade. I just sent out the alert. Reason being, I don't like that headline from Freeport McMoran. Not a good headline. I just exited my SCCO entirely. And that's purely based off of the Freeport McMoran guiding down. So we'll watch SCCO to see if they get hit on the back of FCX, but that's a nasty little guide down for FCX. This is now on watch for a potential short setup. And just as Freeport was trying to break out, they just absolutely slap it right back down there. Nasty guide down. I do not like that at all. So we'll see if SCCO wants to come in. That could hurt it. Let's look at copper prices real quick. Go figure, copper prices are trying to firm up just a little bit. But I'm all out of my SCCO long. Okay, let's continue to see here. Market news. So that was good. That just came up. Joby doing well. Bloom Energy, Oracle struggling. IONQ slightly negative. Redwire RDW. That's seeing some strength today. Interesting. So we already netted a little bit of a profit on the pre-market trading with SCCO. That was a really good winner, 19% on the trade. I like it a lot. All right, I'm just gonna see what else is moving here. Top gainers, top losers. So Bloom Energy, Freeport. Oh yeah, Worthington Steel also reported WOR. That reported earnings and it's gapping down as well. So this is actually one that maybe we can trade on the long side today off of a dead cap technical bounce. I just want to see where it wicked down in the pre-market. So you can see your pre-market low is all the way down here. Interesting. So pre-market lows all the way down there. This is a stock that we can potentially have a long on, bit of a scalp long, but it would likely have to retest that pre-market low. You can see that pre-market low came right into your 50% retrace zone and bounced quite nicely. So that's probably the area to take a stab at. And there might be a little bit more of a short continuation down, but we'll keep that on watch. If we were to get a move back into that pre-market low, I would take a stab at it. Worthington Steel. What else we got? TSM's down a little bit. Ferrari's down a little bit. Diageo's down. Zepp is down. Okay, that's fine. Burlington Stores, that's catching a bit of a bid. KBR Inc. That's gapping up this morning. ServiceNow is doing really well. Ticker NOW. So again, we'll see if semiconductors want to go through a bit of distribution today. What else do we have moving here? What is the news on KBR? Let me see here. KBR to spin off Mission Technology Solutions. Unit shares rise. KBR on Wednesday announced a plan unanimously approved by its board of directors to pursue a tax-free spin-off of its Mission Technology segment, sending the stock higher. That's it? A spin-off? Okay. KBR. Weird. Not that crazy of news. SAP shares are trading higher after the company announced plans to make SAP sovereign cloud capabilities available on the AWS European sovereign cloud system. Okay, interesting. Guggenheim upgrades GMAB to a buy target. Blah, 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 blah. Meta expands Llama AI services. Shares are trading higher after the company announced an additional 5 billion stock repurchase authorization. So this is one we could actually look for a long trade idea. Let's remove this. Whoops. So Marvell is pushing, basically negating that whole gap up, gapping up to the high side. This is one we watched for a pullback, as we could potentially get a little bit of a long entry today. But this is a dip buy. Marvell announcing a share rebuyback program. So that's pretty bullish, Marvell. At least in the near term, very, very bullish. So you're coming into the gap fill. Marvell could easily press to its daily 200 moving average. But look at that pop on Marvell. That just came out a few minutes ago. Nice pop, MRVL. I like it. Marvell's a nice runner. It can move in the intraday session. It's got a lot of hype around it. It's got a big base. Yeah, you can see it breaking out there quite nicely. So I would be a buyer on this ticker. Let me go just to the regular trading session. Hopefully it gives us a pullback, but I would be a buyer. Wow, this one could just move. I mean, basically anything back under 77 looks interesting. 76.50 would be ideal. But Marvell doing quite nicely. I know, Bart, I know. Yeah, I sold it, unfortunately. Just scrolling through to see if there's any other sort of news worth mentioning. What's the news on A-Lab today? Yep, Marvell announced a buyback. Absolutely. Just discussed that. 5 bill. Yepers. That was a good can see it here on the news feed. Additional 5 billion stock repurchase authorization and a 1 billion accelerated share repurchase program. So acting quite well for Marvell. This is again a momentum play that we can look for long entries, especially when you have semiconductors under pressure. All right, what else we got moving here? United Healthcare launches a new direct-to-consumer digital shopping experience, blah, 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 blah. Hyundai. 17 earns a spot on Forbes' first ever ranking of top US company cultures, America's best employers. So let's look at CNC. A little bit of a positive headline there for CNC. Gapping up. Interesting. Square. Yeah, Bob lifting stocks. That's right. ExxonMobil eyes billions lost in Russia as talks with Rosneft take shape. Okay. PayPal plans to invest 100 million across Africa, Middle East for digital growth investment to be made. So PYPL. All right, that's pretty much, I think I've covered most of the news. Trading hold. Let me just go back to my master list here. Yeah, I looked at Marvell already, Surfers, announcing a buyback. So this is one that we can trade on the long side. I think today it has room to get to the daily 200 moving average. Typically, when the stock gets positive news, it pops. So I'm looking for a long entry on MRVL today. Definitely looking at Marvell for sure. Announcing that announcing that share rebuyback. Obviously, adding some near-term liquidity in the mix. I'm just gonna grab some more coffees and then we'll settle in here for the open. And we do have some stocks on watch, Marvell being one of them for a long entry. I'm also looking at Bloom Energy for a bit of a long entry. I'm looking at Worthington Steel for a little bit of a long entry. And then honestly, I might look to fade SCCO at the highs here. It is popping up, but you did have Freeport McMoran kind of guiding down here this morning, gapping down. So there's some stocks that are moving. Alibaba's on watch. I might look for a short opportunity on Baba, but again, China stocks are certainly catching a bit of liquidity today on the back of that Nvidia deal. So we'll have to watch that one closely because it's now having a partnership with Nvidia. We've all seen how stocks can squeeze just with Nvidia alone. Let me see what else we got. That's coming in. Yajo's coming in. Usual volume, most trades. But yeah, it's definitely looking like Marvell. I like Marvell a lot. I do like Marvell a lot. Too bad I got shaken out of my call position. That one, again, we'll see if it wants to give us a dip. It is trying to break out today. But we'll keep it on watch for sure. We will definitely keep it on watch. Let me just draw in these trend lines. Its daily 200 moving average is sitting right here. So we'll put that in blue. So Marvell could squeeze up to there, which would imply another 3.9% rally. It certainly has the potential to do so. So I'm going to keep that one on the watch, most definitely. You can see semis are under pressure a little bit. We do have certain semiconductors under some near-term distribution. Let me just quickly run through the semiconductors that are under pressure, obviously Micron earnings. So you got Nvidia green, AMD green, Intel green. You got Broadcom down, SMH stocks are down. TSM is down right now. Micron down right now. Ambarella down a little bit. Lam Research LRCX down a little bit. NXPI, that is down a little bit. ASML, that is also down a little bit. AMAT, that is down a little bit. Applied Materials. You also have TXN down a little bit. So it's a mixed bag of tricks in your semiconductor land. ARM is green. ARM. AMD is still acting okay. Intel obviously catching a little bit of a bid. And Nvidia. And Nvidia is now just, honestly, it seems like Nvidia is saving the market just with these massive news announcements. Like, are they going to partner with everyone? But Nvidia's also mixed price action here, kind of on the precipice of trying to break out, but not quite yet. So we'll see. You know, Nvidia's chart is looking interesting for sure. Very interesting. Flip the SPY ETF here. You can see SPY is pushing right back up to a little bit of a convergence, moving average convergence. Yeah, so LDI, I've been waiting on that one just patiently. You know, one of the reasons, you know, it's down from where we shorted, it's down, you know, 34% now. But I'm a little bit disappointed, although I've made money on this, we took what, 65% or so on the first trim. And I am looking at closing out, but the problem is that the we still have a ton of time left on the clock for this trade, and it hasn't given me the profits that I was expecting. Like, we should be up 100% on this trade on the put options, but the contracts aren't moving as nicely as I hoped. And this is the first time I've traded LDI in my career, to be honest. So getting a little bit used to how the stock moves, but it didn't move as nicely as I expected. So depending on what the contracts open up, I'm trying to get 100% on the rest of the runners. So I might consider it. I mean, you could get a bounce here into your daily 20, but I'm still looking for the stock to come into its gap fill. So I think that's a logical area, but you know, if you're wanting to take profits here and close the position out, by all means, I'm probably going to keep it on the table, just manage the trade with either an in the money stop loss or a break even. I'll see what the contracts are going to open up today with a little bit of a gap down, but I still have some of the put options on it. So we'll see. All right, let me grab some coffee, guys, and we'll be right back. think Amazon making a comeback. Yep, most certainly is. So again, the big thing that I think we need to watch for today, guys, is really your US dollar is just ripping here. Look at it. I mean, it is broken out on the hourly chart. It's trying to break out on the daily and the 4-hour chart here. So you've had your smaller time frames break out, but now you're looking for your larger time frames. And then simultaneously, what the heck is crude oil doing today? Also, WTI crude breaking out to the high side. So you have crude oil inventories at 10:30. You got some more data coming out. Be careful. These are two major headwinds for the market. The market has had the market has benefited from a lower dollar and lower crude oil prices. That's one of the reasons why we've continuously ripped higher and higher. But right now, that Dixie chart, I'm watching it here on my other screen. You better keep a dollar and a crude oil chart out because those are absolutely flying right now to the high side. So we'll see what happens here. So Micron heading into this, selling off. Semiconductors are under a little bit of pressure. We'll see if they want to gap and crack SPY today. Just throw up a fib retrace of SPY here. You see SPY is coming right into a 5-minute EMA 113 as well as a 50% retrace zone. So there could be a little bit of selling here that takes place on SPY. We'll watch that carefully, especially if semiconductors weaken. You do have SOX coming in. You have WDC coming in. Softening just a little bit. Bitcoin doing really, really well. So Marvell's gapping up here. We'll see what happens. Markets are open. SPY's gapping up. Marvell getting some really bullish liquidity. Micron under a lot of pressure. Your SOX ETF under a lot of pressure this morning. Let's see what they do for the equity markets. We're still seeing Marvell coming in a little bit. Getting an alert on WOR, Worthington Steel. Micron under some heavy pressure this morning. SOX ETF is pushing. LDI under some pressure. Broadcom. Look at ALAB, guys. Down 10% on ALAB. What a drop there. Oh my. That is a filthy decline. That is a really nasty decline on ALAB, guys. Coming in hot and heavy. I'm looking at exiting my puts on ALAB. Wow, what a drop there. Still seeing the market trying to hold steady here. All right, guys, ALAB 205 put is in the money. I'm all out of my ALAB put option, 205 put. That trade came back out of nowhere. Amazing. All out of ALAB. That is amazing. Let's look at Bloom Energy. All right, Bloom Energy is interesting here. It's coming in for a bit of a long attempt. It's right into that gap fill. Marvell's still wicking around here, trying to firm up. Interesting. SOX is still pretty heavy here. Your S&P 500 still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Bloom Energy. Wow, Marvell is still acting quite well. Let me just see something here. Interesting. Marvell still holding steady. Bloom Energy getting rocked here today. Let's continue to look at ALAB. So again, profits were secured on ALAB put options. Open Door still doing well. BABA still doing well. BBAI still green. Look at ALAB, guys. That is filthy. Marvell still continuing to push. Western Digital SCCO is ripping up 7%. Looking at a short trade on that name. Jeez. Bloom Energy catching a bit of a bid here. Let's look at Worthington Steel again. Micron dumping extremely hard, guys. Extremely hard. Worthington Steel, wow. Hitting that pre-market level and bouncing quite nicely, down 7% so far. Interesting. Very interesting. SPY still seeing a little bit of selling. All right, I'm going to take a short setup here on SCCO. This stock is just going, guys. I am going to short SCCO here. 118.48. I am short 118.48. I'm short a half position on SCCO. It's absolutely flying to the high side right now. Still pushing. Sweeping some major high pivots here. Its all-time high is sitting just a little bit higher. Let's see, is it coming into this gap fill? You do have a little bit of a gap fill here. I'm still waiting on a long entry for Marvell. I'm looking at a prior day high as my first attempt. Still watching SPY. SPY is acting a little bit heavier here. Micron down a couple percent. But what a drop on ALAB there, guys. BABA still holding steady. Okta doing well today. SMCI up a couple percent. Snapchat still taking a breather. Crazy. All right, I would take my second entry on SCCO. Commons will be into the gap fill. Dixie still at the highs. Big Bear AI now turning negative. Micron still under pressure, but trying to firm up just a touch. Marvell coming in. I've been patient with this one. Oklo down a couple percent. IONQ falling just a little bit. All right, let's see what some Marvell call options. I'm looking at potentially $78 calls for end of the week. It's very aggressive, but I think we could maybe get SPY looking a little bit heavier. SCCO now coming in. Maybe not 78, maybe 77 calls for the end of the week. Yeah, $77 calls on Marvell look good. Come on, can we get a little bit lower? SPY is starting to come in just a touch here. IONQ still trying to stay firm. Oracle down 1.97. ALAB still down 10.45. Great job on ALAB, guys. That paid. That absolutely paid. SPY still holding steady. Dixie still at the highs. Open Door still up 4.8%. Plug Power seeing distribution. Rigetti's now gone negative. BABA still up 8.75. Big Bear AI seeing some harsh declining. Interesting. Come on. All right, I'm looking at an entry into Marvell around a 76 tap. That's where I'm going to look for an entry into the $77 calls. It's risky, it's aggressive trading because we are seeing SPY come in right now. So just understand it's very aggressive trading, but I'm looking at a 76 Pierce on Marvell. WBD coming in, Micron still looking pretty heavy. That's down 2%. Your S&P 500 is starting to come in just a little bit more now. So SPY is almost doing the good old-fashioned gap and crack. So be careful with longs because SPY is doing that old-fashioned gap and crack. Dixie's at the highs of the session, guys. Look at ALAB. I mean, wow. We go from struggling on the trade to making a beautiful gain. Just crazy. That's just how extended this stock was, you know, getting sold into and then gapping down, taking our 205 puts in the money, baby. I like it. I like it a lot. You know, I thought I was going to lose on that trade and I had a couple thousand in it and then I go from losing to making money on it. Beautiful. Beautiful. I like it. So I made about 56%, 57% on ALAB put options. Great job. Micron still looking heavy here. S&P 500 trying to firm up. But crazy. Let's look at IONQ. That's still coming in quite sharply. I still hold common shares short. We could see quantum stocks come in really sharply here, guys. We could see quantum come in ferociously. My average here on IONQ, common shares short is sitting right at the 71.71 zone. And we are seeing it fall pretty precipitously. SPY getting very heavy here. Very heavy. Come on down, SCCO. Drop it like it's hot. Oracle still under a lot of pressure this morning. Alibaba, I believe Alibaba this is a blow off top move in Alibaba. I think you could fade it up here with a very good risk to reward zone. Micron still down a couple percent. Let's look at Bloom Energy. Bloom Energy, still waiting for a potential long entry, but the markets are kind of scaring me. It's down 13.85%. You are into a gap. I would maybe wait for this fib level or let it sweep the low again. FCX, look at the difference in SCCO copper and FCX. So we took profits on our long on SCCO commons just as a heads up. We have been bullish on that name and riding it since the $95 area, but now it's into an aggressive short zone. You're seeing FCX lowering their guidance. That's probably going to eventually spill over as a bit of a sympathy weakness in the sector, but you're seeing a lot of people selling FCX and piling into SCCO. Smart money is going to sell into that. Let's look at Marvell again. Again, I will add to my second entry at this gap fill. Marvell's still trying to push, so wow, nice bounce. Anyone took $77 calls off of prior day high level, you're definitely looking strong right now. I was looking for a little bit more because I was seeing the S&P weak, so I was going a little bit more conservative. But Marvell right now acting quite well, very, very well. A-Lab still down 10.3, Broadcom still down, SMR nuclear stocks under a little bit of pressure. You're finally seeing Oklo going through a bit of sell side distribution. We'll see how deep that one wants to go. It's been absolutely on a continuation tear. You're still seeing semiconductors under a lot of distribution this morning. BABA still up 9, Open Door up 7.6, Archer coming in. Nice price action in Constellation Brands, ticker STZ, Duolingo seeing strength, DRS seeing strength, Okta still green, PayPal moving, SMCI still strong, Nat Gas equities are doing well, Marvell up 3.9, Ethereum still green. You're seeing CNC acting quite well, trying to break out to the high side. They did get a little bit of a Forbes award. Forbes recognized them in their magazine as I believe like some top employer or something. So that's ripping to the upside. Snapchat down 2.9%. S&P 500 is still looking for that good old-fashioned gap and crack, ladies and gents. All right, so that's still coming in pretty sharply. Let's look at Marvell again. Marvell coming in. Wow. Look at this BCDA. Biocardia, guys, squeezing. Biocardia, absolutely minting to the high side here. Beautiful. Wow. Fucking Adobe, man. Adobe is just a bullshit stock. I swear. Oh, fucking Adobe. You kill me, Adobe. You kill me. Oracle getting absolutely wrecked here, guys. Getting demolished to the downside on ORCL. Huge, huge move down. Craziness. Let's look at Micron here. Micron's still looking pretty heavy. AMD, a little bit of top wicks. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still holding technical structure, trying to bounce a little bit. Markets are still green across the tape. Interesting that Lithium Americas Corp is still absolutely flying to the upside. LAC ripping. Crude oil still strong. Dixie still at the highs. Apple, Google struggling on the session. Netflix struggling on the session. Strong day for JP Morgan. That's pushing up 1%. Gold has now turned negative. Nat Gas trying to firm up. Come on down, SCCO. Do the good old gap and crack. Look at Marvell's strength. Wow. Marvell just absolutely moonshotting. Oklo catching a little bit of a bid here. Craziness. LDI still softening up. SoFi's looking a little bit weaker in the tape here. Come on down, copper stocks. Look at SoFi, guys. SoFi has a potential little head and shoulders intraday. Hasn't triggered yet, but if it does, look out below. Micron's catching a decent sized bid off of the lows, trying to defend hourly chart support. SPY is catching a little bit of a bid here. SoFi coming in hot and heavy. IONQ still coming in hot and heavy. Amazon doing really well. Microsoft just turned negative. QQQ underperforming SPY. SPY underperforming the IWM. All indices are still green. Nvidia getting a little faded. Google sharply down. Tesla ripping. Netflix still under pressure. Nat Gas turning green. Your dollar is at the highs of the session, guys. DXY applying some pressure to the market. We could see a lot of stocks turn sour on the session. Look at that dollar, still strong as ever. We do have some more economic data set to come out in roughly 15 minutes. New home sales. Expectation is 650K. Earlier this morning, you saw building permits. They got blown out of the water. Printing really good, better than expectation, which is why you're seeing the Dixie firming up here. IONQ still getting slapped around here. A-Lab still under pressure but trying to bounce just a little bit. Let's look at Bloom Energy. BE still looking for a long entry in this ticker. It's now testing that 20 moving average, actually bounced off of it. So BE's into an area here. If you're wanting to take a stab on the long side, using this little low pivot as your stop loss, this could work out from a technical standpoint. The only hindrance is SPY is starting to churn to the downside. Uh-oh, SPY coming down. SPY is really coming down. Let's flip on SPY. I'm going to watch SCCO on my other screen here. As we still manage that short trade, you can see SPY acting very heavy here. That is a bit of a problem. Still have a lot of stocks that are green, but you're certainly seeing some net distribution. OCLO down 3.9. IONQ still getting faded. Come on, Adobe. Get your big ass up. Firm up. Adobe trying to catch a bit of a bid. Oracle still down 2.6%. Bloom Energy trying to make a little bit of a move here. Come on, Bloom. Come on, Bloom. I'm going to take a stab on the long side of Bloom Energy here. Common shares. I just took a fill. Nope, sorry, I'm not filled yet. I am taking a stab on the long side here. All right, 65.90, a fill, 65.90 BE. This is high risk. I'm just going in with one single entry, 65.90 Bloom Energy, BE. Trying to do a little bit of a bottom pick, just common shares long for myself. My stop on the trade is going to be a 5-minute close below this opening range low. Okay? So I'm long BE. High risk. My close is going to be my stop loss is a 5-minute close below OR low. Okay? Just as a heads up. So we have one short on the table, one long. One short, one long. All right. SCCO starting to come in a little bit. Come on, BE. Get your big ass up there. 5-minute close is my stop. Still seeing it acting heavy. SPY has now almost gone negative. Almost. Not quite, but it is getting heavy here. Getting very heavy. Nvidia is starting to curl slightly lower. Google still under pressure. Come on, BE. Come on. Come to Papa. Catch a bit of a bid. SPY still acting very heavy here. SMR falling. OCLO now down 4.81%. IONQ still getting absolutely knifed on. IONQ is down now sharply on the session, 4.7% and falling. We are now basically flat on our IONQ, guys. Come on down, markets. Let's look at Worthington Steel again. WOR still under a lot of pressure, trying to sweep that opening range low. OCLO finally coming in. Pretty heavy here. If OCLO loses this little upsloping support, it's got a long way down. OCLO getting heavy. Marvell, wow, Marvell absolutely just had that blow off move. Anyone that traded Marvell, I was chicken. I didn't get a fill. I was waiting for 76, but Marvell just absolutely blasted off into space there. So good job if you took that long setup. It is starting to get a little bit wicky here. Let's look back at SPY again. Your S&P 500 is still choppy here. Nvidia curling down. Come on, Bloom Energy. Get your big fat ass up there. BE, come on. Come on, BE. SPY still heavy, still short SCCO. Dixie still ripping. Crude oil softening a little bit, but still very strong on the session. A-Lab still down 10.9%. Oracle down 3. Micron down 1.95. Oclo down 5.5. IONQ almost down 5%. SoFi getting heavy. SOXS is starting to rip here. We're still seeing pretty heavy price action in your major indices with your S&P 500 getting absolutely slaughtered. All indices are now negative. Qs are leading the charge to the IWM leading the charge to the downside. You're seeing net liquidations in this market. Net liquidations. You're seeing continuation shorts printing. BABA is starting to come in. Open Door still up 6. Lululemon strong. UPS strong. STZ strong. Interesting. PayPal strong. Nat gas stock still strong. Marvell still up 4%. CNC ripping. Copper stock still acting well. S&P ripping to the downside. Wow. Look at this market fall. S&P 500 under immense pressure. A-Lab down 11%. Broadcom selling off. Micron still selling off. Wow, we are in for a choppy market here. Look at this. S&P 500 absolutely melting to the downside. There is a long opportunity coming into play here off of this trend line. A sweep of this low from yesterday. There's a bit of an aggressive long. If anyone wants to take it, wait for it to sweep this area, come into this trend line, pierce this prior day low. That would be the long area on SPY. I might take it. I might take a little bit of a 0 DTE bounce trade, guys. It's aggressive, it's risky, but I'm looking at a pierce of prior day low. Okay, I'm looking at around the 661.70 zone for a bit of an aggressive long SPY trade. Okay, we are still seeing this market very heavy. Nvidia curling down. Semis are certainly under pressure, waiting on Bloom Energy to get its big ass higher here, but it's still struggling. Come on. Nice to see BE trying to hold this little bit of a low as the markets are giving us new lows. SOX ETF pushing. Come on, come on. Give us a little bit more downside, SPY. Give me some more downside. Bloom Energy starting to work here. Come on, Bloom. Pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me. Come on. Come on, BE. Get your big butt up there. Nvidia's still looking heavy here, coming down. Apple's negative, Google down 0.9, Nvidia negative, Microsoft negative, Amazon still strong but coming in just slightly. Tesla still ripping to the upside. I think Tesla is also an aggressive short entry. It's retracing the majority of its little bit of a reversal candle. It's a very aggressive short zone, I think, but it could be worked out. The risk to reward has certainly been tightened up here. Interesting. BE starting to wake up, guys. BE is starting to wake up. Maybe we're going to see certain other commodity stocks like Worthington Steel here into also a very strong level in my opinion. WOR is also at a long level. Anyone wanting to take it down here? I'm gonna pick up some commons here on Worthington, guys. Just as a long scalp as well. No, I wanted to get 5107. Damn it. They're popping it up on me. A little bit ahead. Alright, I only want it at $51. Damn it. Alright, BE pushing. BE is pushing. Come on, BE. SPY catching a little bit of a bid here. Nvidia is still heavy. Micron's still super duper heavy. Come on. Come on, BE. Hit TP. Come on. Come on, Bloom. SPY catching a little bit of a bid. pushing up to the high side. Western Digital still green. A-Lab still struggling on the session. IWM turns green. Intel still pushing. IREN up 8.6. BABA still up 7. Freeport McMoran getting dusted, down 9.9. Riot up 10. Mara up 4.2. Rigetti down 2.1. BBAI down 1. Plug Power down 3.5. Open Door up 7.5. Look at Lithium Americas Corp. Holy moly, look what Trump does. Do we think Trump insiders had knowledge of this? I would bet your ass that they loaded the boat on call options up 92% on shares. Oof, that is filthy. That is absolutely filthy. Let's see the rest of the lithium market. Albemarle Marley getting slightly faded here. Interesting. This is also an aggressive long if you're wanting to go long on ALB here using this little wick as your tight stop loss, that could work out. But look at BE starting to push. S&P 500 still looking somewhat weak here on the tape. Micron still near the lows of the session. Wow, A-Lab got absolutely decimated, guys. ALAB. Look at Bloom go. Come on, Bloom. Come on. Pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. Come on, BE. Come on. You all see my TP one though in there? I'm looking for about $3, $2.90 to $3 on the trade. Come on. Come on, BE. We're almost there to target. 68.80. I will look for an exit on BE. Come on, Bloom. Come on, Bloom. Take us to profit. We're already up nicely on BE, but I think there's more. I think there's more. Come on, BE. A-Lab trying to bounce just a little bit. Let's look at Worthington Steel again. That's still coming in just a little bit. How's Marvell doing? Marvell still holding steady through its high pivot, through the liquidity gap. SCCO still a beast, holding near the highs of the session. Craziness. Quantum stocks catching a bit of a bid. Semiconductors are still under pressure. Alibaba still near the highs of its session. LDI still weak on the tape. IONQ looks like a short the pop stock today, guys. IONQ looks like a short the pop. This is a short entry. Come on, BE. Pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me. I want BE to pay me. Still looking to add to my second entry on SCCO, but it's still pushing. BE's almost at profit target here. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more, BE. A little bit more. Come on, BE. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Here we go. Nice bid in Bloom. It's still down 11.7%, but getting a fat bounce off of the lows. This is what I like to see. This is what I like to see. SPY a little bit heavy here. Seeing a little bit of wicking price action. BE trying to make a bit of a bottom here. Come on, BE. Alright guys, I'm all out of BE. Profits secured on BE. Boom. That is how we do it here in the live day trading room. 4.5% win on BE. Stunning gain there. Amazing little trade. All out of BE. That was a nice little pre-market setup. Stunning move. Bang, bang. All right, so TP was hit on BE. Now we can look to manage some other trades here. Let's see if Marvell is going to give us any sort of an entry. Still just chopping at the highs. SCCO still a beast. I'm still short, but looking for this to come in. But still acting very, very well. Super duper extended. Again, we took profits on our SCCO common shares and now we flipped short. So I would add to my short around this 120, 170, but still waiting for this market to come down. I have some long levels. But please hit that like button on the stream, guys. That was a huge day trade scalp, 4.5%. Amazing. 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 All right, let's settle into this market. Got the monkey off our back, making a nice winning trade. Let's look at these quantum stocks again. They're still trying to bounce. IONQ still looks like a short the pop, but it's catching a nice bid here. Oklo. Oklo still trying to bounce just a little bit here. Interesting. Micron down 2.2. A-Lab still getting wrecked. Look at some of these other higher volume names. You're seeing a lot of strength in crypto stocks. IREN absolutely pumping to the high side. Intel still pumping to the high side. Look at IREN pushing, 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 pushing. Marvell again. Marvell's still trying to push. Crazy. Craziness. Pepsi turning slightly green. SoFi's tried firming up at the lows. Your Dixie's still trying to push here, guys. US dollar is still trying to push. PayPal still green. SC making a move. Nat gas stock still strong. Half an hour till crude oil inventories, guys. We have half an hour until crude inventories. Look at Marvell coming in hot and heavy here. SPY still looking weak. Next trade to pay us is SCCO. Look back to BE. Yeah, that's still trying to push a little bit. Again, if you're long BE, just be careful because the market's still looking heavy here. Market is still looking heavy here. All right, I'm looking at SPY calls. I'm looking at Marvell calls, but SPY getting heavy. Marvell could be going through a bit of distribution here now. Gap fill, 1-year moving average. Interesting. Very interesting price action on Marvell here. Micron looks like it's going right back down to the lows, ladies and gents. Micron coming in quite sharply. Open door still pushing. Rigetti under pressure. Crypto stocks are still in absolute beast mode. And crypto's not even that strong on the session. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting. SoFi turns green. Oklo getting hit pretty sharply again. OKLO coming in. Interesting. Crazy market today yet again. Home builders are catching a nice bid. Look at Oklo. Oklo's looking pretty dangerous here. OKLO starting to soften up just a little bit. Looking at Micron, it was a little bit risky holding our Micron short into earnings, but this should start to pay us very soon. We could easily see Micron come down to the lows. You could see it come down to this previous little gap up zone. But we are green on our MU short, common shares short, looking to press that one into the ground. The stock is unbelievably expensive in the semiconductor land. Unbelievably. Let me look at some of the other semiconductors here because you are seeing the weakness in the market today is clearly in your semiconductors. It is clear and evident. So SPY and Q are kind of neck and neck right now. IWM is still holding positive price. Big bounce on SPY. You got Lam Research under a lot of pressure today. Intel still strong. AMD softening up. Ambarella is down. ASML is down. S&PS down. On semiconductor, that's doing really well. So you're maybe seeing some people selling out of Micron and piling into ON today. That's a name that's doing well. Ticker ARM doing well today. Interesting. Freeport McMoran still down sharply. Still waiting for this SCCO to come in. Come on, SCCO. Come on down. Retrace some of this move. Retrace some of this move. You know you want to. This is also a bit of a blow off top on SCCO. Should come in pretty sharply. I expect SCCO to probably test 115 today. That's where I could see it. Look at their clinical rejection on SPY. Rejecting off of OR low. That is a bearish rejection. Very bearish rejection in the near term. Again, Micron still coming in hard and heavy, looking like it's going to make new lows. Crude oil trying to spike to the highs yet again. 10:30 we have crude inventories. We'll see if it gets a blow off move intraday. It could certainly happen. Open doors still up 11.7% and flying. Absolutely flying. Marvell, any sort of an entry in Marvell yet? Not yet. I would have to let it sweep the low. $76 gets me intrigued. But if it negates this whole move, I mean, you could see some pretty sharp selling. Nvidia still holding steady. Freeport McMoran still down 10. Wow, IREN up 14% now. Holy moly, these crypto stocks are crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oklo getting hit pretty hard again, guys. OKLO falling sharply with the market today. Looking like Oklo is going to sweep this 132 low pivot here. Probably going to breach its prior day low. IONQ also starting to come in yet again, shorting the pop type of day on IONQ. All right, so Nvidia is still green, Amazon green, Russell 2000's green, Qs are negative, SPY's negative, Apple, Google struggling on the session, Tesla still acting firm. I think Tesla's also looking. Let's look at QuantumScape there for Sarfares. Ooh, hopefully you're still shorting that, Sarfares. Nice job. If you're shorting QS, that is falling sharply on the session. Yeah, there's a lot of stocks taking breathers today, guys. A lot of stocks that are taking breathers, and it's necessary. It's certainly due. What else we got going on? A-Lab down 11.5%. Oracle's trying to bounce off of the lows. SPY still looks like SPY wants to go lower today. Finding it hard pressed not to think we're going lower on the S&P. Let me look at some of these other names. I got to scroll all the way down. Yeah, Constellation Brands, Kava. Rocket Labs getting slaughtered today, guys. RKLB down sharply on the session, 6% down. ASTS is down 1.5%. RKT strong. Hershey's green. Baba, Datadog, SECO still acting well. But RKLB, interesting. How's Carvana doing today? CVNA, yeah, that's also coming in. Wow. Nasty, nasty. How is TTD doing today? Let's look at Trade Desk. That's starting to come in just a touch. Lululemon's even getting faded off of the highs, but still positive on the tape. Looking at STZ, that name is trying to show a little bit of strength off of the lows, still in a very strong downtrend. UPS, that's still trying. Come on, can they push BCDA into the gap fill? Push it. Nice job, Sarf. Nice job. You did call that out yesterday, so great, great job there. Looking at Wolf, yeah, Wolf is up nicely, catching a bit of a bid here. Looking at Robinhood, Robinhood is looking a little bit weak here. This is another name that I think the next pop you can short. Obviously, we could get a big move on data coming in. Let's look at Roblox here. RBLX. Another name that looks like a short to pop kind of day in a bit of a bearish environment. Looking at Palantir, I think the whole day is a short to pop kind of day right now. Palantir looks weak. Also another name that's a short to pop environment. Yeah, this whole market is looking troublesome today. Uber's negative. Disney's strong on the session. Freeport McMoran still weak. Finally have SCCO starting to come in a little bit heavier here from the highs. Come on. That's the next one to pay us. Let's look at Bloom Energy again. That's still off of our area. I would trade Bloom again if it swept the lows. I would trade. So that was a nice gain on Bloom, but I would trade it if it swept the lows again. Let's look at Worthington Steel again. Still weak. I would look for a sweep of the lows to trade it again. SPY looks like a short, guys. It looks like a short on SPY. I think we're going to test that prior day. We do have semis trying to firm up just a little bit. Looking at nuclear stocks. So here you have Oklo down quite sharply, and uranium has barely fallen here. So imagine if uranium starts to fall, Oklo could be down, double digits today, guys. Just with this sheer move, Oklo is due for a double-digit correction day, and that's what it's breaking. It's triggering a little bit of this bearish formation. I could see us heading down to 127 today. It's falling very sharply. Falling very, very sharply. All right, China stock still holding steady. Abercrombie and Fitch doing really well. Interesting. Walmart green. Regional banks are strong. Snapchat down 3.2. Coherent COHU down 13%. What is that ticker doing today? What was the news on this name? Wow, nasty. Nasty little fall there for COHU. Interesting. Let's look at BABA again. BABA. Again, I think there's quite a bit of blow-off moves. BABA still looks ridiculous up here. Let's look at JD and some of the other China names. JD bouncing. Damn, we looked at that yesterday, Peter. Damn. EQT strong. Yields are still firm. Still have strength across your whole China equity market right now. SCCO coming in quite sharply. IONQ down 5. Oklo down 6%. Micron down 1.8. Microsoft negative, Nvidia gone negative, Apple negative, Google selling off, Meta's now turned negative. So could we see Tesla also turn negative? I think Tesla is also into a short the pop here. All mega caps are seeing net distribution today. If you're wanting to fade Tesla here, Tesla is a short here using this stop loss as your high, using this high pivot as your stop loss. But all your mega caps are getting sold into right now. We are seeing net distribution. SCCO curling down. Oracle still weak. Come on. Come on down. IONQ absolutely getting slapped. Oklo getting slapped. Wow, I'm tempted to fade Tesla, but it's one of your stronger mega caps. Looking at Googly Moogly today. Trying to firm up at the lows, but under pressure. IWM is still holding some technical structure here, but also probably going to get slapped down to the lows. SCCO still coming in. A lot of sell side pressure in the tape today. There's a lot of pockets of strength, but I expect more selling to continue. We'll see what these oil inventories do. This could make or break the market. If they come in soft, we could see a nice little pop in the S&P. But if they come in extremely, extremely hard, then this market could go a lot lower today. So all eyes will be on crude oil inventories. What else we got going on? GDX under pressure. Yeah, home builders are doing well. JP Morgan's still strong. 10 and 2-year yield are still ripping. The spread between the 10 and 2 are flying here. Flying. Let's look at Marvell again. Marvell's still holding some technical structure. Still looking a little bit positive. If this market can bounce here, Marvell's probably going to catch another bid. Interesting. Interesting. Google's still under a lot of pressure. What else we got going on? SoFi still looking weak. Adobe still struggling. Your semiconductors are trying to firm up and catch a little bit of a bid, so you're seeing a little bit of strength coming back into your SOXX. Nvidia back to the green side. Tesla's still trying to push. BABA's still acting very, very well. Looking at Alibaba, that's at the highs of the tape. How's PDD doing? Arsenal. I'm a Gunners fan through and through. I've been a Gunners fan and Arsenal fan since I believe I was 5 years old. Yeah, 5 years old. The year 2000. I think that was the Invincible season. All right, spy catching. Spy catching a little bit of a bid here. Markets are trying to hold a little bit here. SoFi still looking pretty weak on the session. Let's look at Hood again. Hood is just getting smacked around here. Coming in pretty sharply for Hood. That is a nasty blow off top candle move on Hood. That is not looking good right now. Let's look at Webull. Webull's actually looking a little bit more constructive, trying to firm up here. Interesting. Interesting. Financials are looking like they want to go negative, so you got to be careful about that. IONQ still under quite a bit of pressure here. We are still short IONQ, basically at our break even right now, commons. IONQ just sitting right on prior day low. Oklo still down 5.5%. Markets are staging a bit of a bounce here. Uranium still basically trading down on the session. It is starting to come in a little bit more. Google down 1% on the tape. Interesting. Micron still looking bearish. IONQ SPY catching a whole bid here. Markets are trying to firm up. Oracle still weak on the session. Tesla still strong. Google, Apple still weak. Nvidia is middling. All indices are back to the green side. Bitcoin up 1. Crude oil heading into inventories in 13 minutes is up 1.47%. Big bid. Still waiting on SCCO. Copper stocks, NIO doing well today. What else we got going on? Open door still at 14.7. Crazy mover that one. Archer down 3. PayPal having a stellar day. That's up 1.86%. Nat gas stock still holding steady. CNC doing really, really well, guys. Let's look at some of these other healthcare names. Oscar, yeah, Oscar under a lot of pressure. Looks pretty bearish intraday. Let's look at HIMS. HIMS, that's curling to the downside. UNH. UNH trying to break out of a bull flag. I was hoping for lower, but we have indirect exposure to UNH through CNC, so still holding commons. I think CNC eventually is going to get back above 50 bucks. Micron's still trying to firm up a little bit. Looking at RR today, that's under quite a bit of pressure coming in from the highs. So RR seeing new lows on the session. Looks like it's going to sweep this liquidity down here. Let's look back at Bloom Energy. Yeah, BE still off of our day trade profit zone. This one, be careful. It could easily go back down to the lows. Let's look at Worthington Steel again. Still hasn't bounced, but this is a name that I'm still interested in. I'm still interested in trading. Maybe it needs to come down to this 1-year moving average. That might be SPY trying to push right back up. Let's look at MSTR here. MSTR What is it doing? Fairly muted here, not really participating in the crypto pump. You know, not like Mara, not like Riot, not like Iron. I mean, these stocks are ripping. SPY right again, getting slightly rejected off this OR low. Look at IREN, ladies and gentlemen. Holy moly, what a frickin' surge. Tempted to fade it up here. I mean, that looks like a blow off top move. If I haven't seen one, you've had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks there. Holy moly, that is filthy, guys. All right, I'm going to take a short on this iron, guys. All right, SPY still under a little bit of pressure. This iron stock is crazy. Crazy. SCCO still holding. Nvidia starting to curl down. Oklo still struggling. IONQ still under pressure. All right, guys, we got 8 minutes. Do I know anything about cricket? I absolutely do. I lived in South Africa for 7.5 years, so I do know about cricket. I've played cricket myself. Cricket's a very big sport in South Africa. I have been to a few cricket matches, the series, test series in South Africa. Issue a new trade alert in the options group, so just as a heads up. Just as a heads up. Nvidia getting hit pretty hard here, softening up quite substantially. We got a big area for SPY coming up here. We got a big area. We could either get slapped down or they could give us a liquidity pump on the back of inventories. Right now, you are selling off pretty sharply. Alibaba still up 9%, Tesla up 3%. Nvidia is still pushing, Intel still pushing. Your roots are back from India, so I support Indian team, but South Africa is my number 2 team. Yeah, there's been some crazy battles between South Africa, India, Sri Lanka, West India. I mean, there's been some crazy matches for sure. You know, it's always they're usually pretty two top teams, right? Well, that's pretty crazy. All right, SPY under a little bit of pressure. You still have quite a bit of selling in this market. Yeah, Australia. Yeah, Australia's really good too. England as well. Yeah, there's a lot of time. It's a bit of a tug of war in the cricket matches there. All right, so Intel right now up 4.1. Tesla up 3. They're showing life in the Qs. Nvidia right now curling slightly lower, but still slightly positive. Major weakness in Google, major weakness in Apple. SPY and Q are negative right now. IWM holding strength. Looking at Oklo, Oklo still trying to hang on, but getting rejected off its OR low, kind of trading with the market right now. Lessman, whoa, excuse me. Uranium trying to hold on to positive price. Google looking extremely weak. IONQ still looking extremely weak here. Interesting. I think Oklo is going to probably start to sell off a little bit more. I could easily see that happening. 4 minutes, guys, till crude inventories. I repeat, 4 minutes till crude inventories. Your dollar still at the highs, taking a little bit of a breather here. I repeat, we got economic data incoming, guys. Crude inventories are out very soon. It could make or break this market. So far, you've had really hot data across the housing market. You got building permits strong. You got new home sales absolutely ripped by an extra 150K. We'll see if crude oil inventories rip. If crude oil inventories rip higher here, we are going to see interest rates and the dollar absolutely pump, which we all know what happens then. Algos will start to kick this market into sell side pressure. Bitcoin still up 1%. What do I expect from SPY? It's bearish today, but it's all hinging on data. Right now you have the major headwinds in place for markets to sell off. You got a dollar that's looking like a meme stock intraday, squeezing. You got crude oil that's breaking out to the high side. You got 10-year yield absolutely flying to the upside, but crude oil inventories are coming out in a few minutes here, guys. So this is going to be a big thing for the market because right now on the daily chart, crude oil is trying to stage a bit of a breakout. You've broken out on your hourly, you've broken out on your 4-hour chart, but the daily chart is your next big trigger. And if crude oil inventories come in and show greater demand, you're going to get a spike in crude. It's going to force the dollar to remain firm and likely also breaking out. So right now, the headwinds for the market to go lower are in place. And you have semiconductors weak. Certain aspects of the tech market are weak. Yields are still strong. But anything can change here. Crude is a big market. A lot of traders will be watching. Right now, 10-year yield is outperforming. Crude oil is still outperforming. But it's in a minute and 30 seconds, we will know the fate of likely the trend. But so far, it is looking down. I still have it priced in that we go down to the prior day low sweep. And I have a bit of a long level. Then you could get a bounce. You know, I would think that we sell off, get a bounce, and start chopping throughout the rest of the day. You know, you can see the wedge pattern on SPY's hourly chart. We could be shaping up a head and shoulders on the hourly. It hasn't triggered, but just simply using that previous little wedge pattern that we've been trading in, you can see we're still need to go a little bit lower on SPY. But for now, remember the larger time frame, the market is still bullish. And you can see the correlation between the Dixie selling off, SPY catching a little bit of a bid. So we still have some strength in this market, guys. But all eyes will be on crude oil. Let's look at crude's chart here, because crude right now, we can either get a pop or a drop. We will see what happens. Let's see what happens. I'm hoping for a drop so I can trade SPY on the long side. I'm really hoping for a drop, but we just don't know what the heck's going to happen here. Crude oil inventories are set to take place. Expectation is 0.8 million build. Let's see what happens. All right, it's 10:30. Inventory should be out. Inventories are out. It shows a bigger drawdown for crude. That is a bullish print for crude. Negative for SPY. Right now the reaction's fairly muted. Your dollar's coming in, but it shows a more demand for crude, guys. More demand for crude right now. So far the market is fairly muted. Fairly muted. Crude selling off a little bit. Interesting. So crude's taking a bit of a breather. That's helpful for the main indices. That's actually helpful. Interesting. So initial dump in crude, that's softening the dollar. So far that is beneficial for the market. We'll see if the market reacts positively, catching a little bit of a bid. Interesting. Very, very cool. So right now, crude selling off quite sharply. That should help the markets. We'll see if the markets can firm up here. Right now, we're not really seeing too much movement. This could just be a quick sell-off and then a dip to the high, but the dollar softening just a little bit. You got mega cap tech still trying to firm up, but Nvidia's curling down. Topwix and Micron. Really, really weird. China stock still doing well. Is SPY going to push here? Crude is dropping like a rock here. Crude is still selling. I'm surprised SPY didn't get a bigger bid than that. Selling in crude. SPY still getting rejected here. Nvidia getting heavy. Still under a little bit of pressure. Nvidia is getting heavy here. Gold negative. Nat gas still up. 10 and 2 yield has softened a little bit. Dixie. Yep, SPY looking heavy here. SPY's looking much heavier. SPY dipping quite sharply here. Coming in hot and heavy. Could just be a liquidity grab on crude. The print on crude does support higher crude oil inventories. For now, though, markets are coming in, getting rejected right off that OR low. Here we go. SPY falling, Nvidia heavy. Apple selling, Google selling. Tesla, is Tesla short yet? What is Tesla doing? Tesla still holding steady here. Wow. Craziness. All right, crude is getting bought up a little bit. Oklo still down. IONQ still down. Adobe still down. Tempted to fade. I'm tempted to fade Tesla. So tempting up here. Maybe I wait for one more spike high. One more spike high for Tesla. And it becomes a fade for me. Let's look at XLF. XLF. That's starting to see a little bit of sell side. Let's look at Citigroup. JP Morgan still strong. Citigroup still pushing. This could be a gap and crack. We'll see. Retracing some of that topping tail. Interesting. Neo still very strong today. Oklo still under a lot of pressure. Crude oil inventory getting a nice bid right now. Still waiting on SCCO. That's still near the highs of the session. Oklo still under a little bit of pressure. Hanging on right to that OR low. Crude is catching another big wick. They're trying to bounce crude now. Still sold off from the initial reaction. They're chopping SPY around here. Micron curling down. Nvidia trying to stabilize. Apple and Google trying to push a little bit. Uranium has turned back to the positive side. Sheesh, you just cannot keep it down. No, you cannot. Oklo still under pressure. WBD under pressure. WDC moving. Craziness. Iron still testing $48, up 14.8%. SPY trying to retest that OR low. Crude still trying to push. Dollar softened. Yields are trying to recapture some price here. Looking at AMD, that's still softening up quite a bit. Nvidia trying to bounce just a touch here. Your semiconductors still trying to bounce just a little bit. Micron still weak. Quantum stocks, big bounce yet again. Baba still ripping to the upside on Alibaba. Crazy price. Amazon still positive on the session. But it's looking like it wants to go potentially negative. Still waiting on this SCCO. Still looking to take a second entry at the gap fill. It hasn't quite given me that. IWM still consolidating bearishly. Bloom Energy trying to make a little bit of a run. Let's look at A-Lab again. A-Lab's still weak on the session like it wants new lows. Let's look at Worthington Steel, WOR, right back down to the lows, getting ready for a potential long on WOR. Let's look at Marvell again. Marvell still softening off of the highs. SPY right now just burning theta. Burn, burn, burn. Tesla still ripping. JP Morgan ripping. Certain financial stocks are doing well. Oracle still down 2.4%, but off of the lows. Micron still looking like a bit of a bear flag. MU looks like it could go lower today. Nvidia now softening and curling slightly lower. Lithium Americas Corp still a monster on the session, just running to the upside here on the back of POTUS potentially up 100%. That is a filthy move on LAC. ALB catching a little bit of a bid. Wow. Let's look at the BAT ETF, BAT. What is it? Uh, where is it? BATT. That's what it is. Double T. BATT. Interesting. Apple still looking pretty heavy here. Nvidia trying to catch some bottom wick momentum. Dixie still softening just a little bit. Well, still getting heavy here. Nvidia is still looking heavy. Crude still softening a little bit. Members on the live trading chat, I did issue a little alert there. I repeat, I did issue an alert. We'll see if it wants to play out. Crude oil still softening a little bit. Apple's still slightly weak on the session. Nvidia is still trying to press a little bit. Let's look at our SOXX. That's still holding steady. Your Dixie taking a bit of a breather, but trying to catch a bit of a bounce now. I repeat, I am short the S&P 500. Ethereum getting faded here. Watch those crypto stocks. Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bitcoin still holding steady, but ETH. Nvidia back to the negative side. Apple's coming in pretty sharply. Google down 1.07%. Looking like a bit of a bear flag here on SPY. Looks like SPY wants to potentially melt a little bit here. Dixie still softening a little bit, SPY softening, Crude softening, Apple softening, Nvidia negative, Google negative, Microsoft just barely positive, IWM barely positive. Qs and SPY are negative on the session. Qs are leading the charge to the downside right now. Meta's still strong. I repeat, I said I was short SPY. Members, I gave you the entry. It hit our exact entry on the cons. Come on down, S&P. Sweep these lows, guys. Sweep these lows on SPY. We could have maybe this weird head and shoulders pattern on SPY. If it were to trigger, we have a pretty decent move down. That could be the potential. Again, they could chop us here for quite a long time. They're trying to get Nvidia a little bit of a bid. So far, the markets are holding steady. Sox is trying to catch a bit of a bid. Dixie and Crude still softening a little bit here. SPY is still hanging in there. Your Russell 2000 is curling slightly lower here. So IWM is now potentially losing its 10-minute chart support that it's been holding for the last 30-40 minutes here. That's curling down just a little bit. Nvidia kind of teetering between positive and negative price. Oklo still down 4.8. Neo, that's performing well with China stocks. Micron still under a little bit of pressure. Adobe still struggling. SoFi down half. IONQ catching a bid, but still down 2.94. Tesla still doing well. Nvidia back to the positive side. To the upside, Nvidia catching some liquidity. We're seeing the markets trying to push up just a little bit. Crude oil still trying to catch a bid. Your Dixie's what's softening here, and that's helping the equity markets in the very near term. SPY back to the positive side. QQQ still negative. This is a whole bunch of theta burn. They are just chopping this market up and out. Crazy. They are trying to save this market from declining too quickly, pushing it up just a little bit. Micron still down 2%, putting in what looks to be a bit of a bear flag on your 15-minute chart. Nvidia still slightly green, but also looking a little bit distributive. They're still just chopping SPY around here. Looks like they're trying to give SPY a bit of a push here. Still underneath your opening range low. IWM catching a bid. Your Dixie still selling a little bit here. Crude oil still trying to push a little bit. Markets are catching a little bit of liquidity here. They are trying to push up, retesting that OR low. We've been rejected off of this area a few times. We'll see if they can push it through or if it's yet again another liquidity grab. They are trying to save SPY here. Still just consolidating in a bit of a bearish range. If they can start to close SPY inside of this OR low on a 3 and 5 minute basis, it'll look a little bit better. Nvidia is catching a decent sized bid right now, so they're trying to save it through semis. Semiconductors are trying to firm up just a little bit. Nvidia catching some liquidity, so that's trying to move up here. AMD, that's catching a bit of a bid, so they are showing some semiconductor strength. They're trying to take the cues back to the positive side here. They're just chopping this market around right now. Nvidia has some top wicks. Broadcom still under pressure. Oracle still down 2.3. Dollar still softening just a little bit, up on the session quite nicely, but selling off here for the last 30 minutes. SPY is trying to recapture that opening range low. It's looking a little bit more constructive. It's certainly trying here. You have transport stocks under a bit of pressure here, with oil still pushing. Jets is coming back right down to the lows. Looks like airline stocks are under immense pressure here. Interesting. Nvidia is still trying to push here. Crude oil still trying to push here. Crude oil basically recapturing that entire little loss there of price. SPY still trying to close above that opening range low. SCCO, new high of day. Still struggling at that OR low, but trying to firm up here for your S&P. Nvidia trying to curl to the upside. We'll see what they want to do here. They are trying to get SPY through that bearish range. They are trying. A little bit more positivity creeping back into your S&P 500. Nvidia catching a nice bid here. A little bit of a push through OR low. We'll see if that's a liquidity grab before they take us lower. So far they're trying. They are trying to push it. IONQ getting a nice bid. Oclo still down 4.4. China stocks still strong. Broadcom AVGO catching a bit of a push. All right, your Dixie's hitting a little bit of a near-term support zone here. We'll see if the correlation between the dollar and the indices holds steady. So the indices have moved up a little bit. Dollar has moved down a little bit. Getting a little bit of a 3-minute chart bounce here on the Dixie. We'll see if that candle wants to turn red on SPY as the Dixie pushes. Is the correlation still there? We will find out. Gold still near the lows of its session. Still no positive close through that OR low. That is your short zone on the market. Opening range low retest is an aggressive short zone. You can keep a tight stop loss. You can see how sellers are creeping right back into that range there. So the correlation right now is still being observed. Dollar seeing green candle, SPY seeing red candle. Oil still trying to move. Bitcoin still trying to press higher here. Gold still trying to press higher here. Sorry, gold still trying to press lower. Nat gas still trying to press a little bit. Intraday yields are still trying to press. VIX is still slightly down. Your QQQ still under a little bit of pressure. IWM still putting in a bit of a bearish consolidation range. Apple Dapple still looks weak, but catching a bit of a 10-minute bounce. They're still trying to support the S&P 500 here. Micron still looking bearish. A little bit of 5-minute selling in Nvidia. Apple still trying to hold steady. Google's catching a nice bid here, trying to recapture 250. So Google was one of your weaker stocks on the market, and now it is trying to firm up. Big push in your S&P 500. Really big 3-minute candle push. Green candle on SPY, red candle on the Dixie. Still seeing a very strong correlation. Big candle to the upside on SPY. SPY is catching a nice push here. Retesting that opening range low breakout. Are they finally going to get a 3-minute close back inside that range? We will find out. Crude still acting well. Nvidia back to the green side. Google has a little bit of top wicks. Microsoft trying to catch a bit of a push. Amazon's trying to stabilize. Apple's still looking fairly weak. Bit of a low volume breakout candle through that opening range there, but SPY's looking a little bit better here. They are trying to push it. Bitcoin starting to move here. BTC starting to see some more liquidity. It is still trying to push higher here. BTC breaking out on the 10-minute chart, now testing 114,000 for Bitcoin. You could see MicroStrategy start to firm up here. Your dollar's also trying to catch a bid. We'll see if that sees a rejection for SPY. Dixie trying to firm up here. So SPY getting slightly rejected here with the Dixie. Pushing. Still seeing a strong correlation. SPY looking like a bit of a failed candle there. We'll see if that's the case. Dollar getting a nice candle here. Let's look at the Bitcoin chart here. Bitcoin is breaking out intraday. Quite interesting to see BTC showing strength, flexing its muscle as the dollar is also strong. Weird correlation there. Very weird. All right, so SPY never ever confirmed that opening range low, looking like a liquidity grab, fake breakout. Still seeing bearish price action underneath that OR low. Bitcoin still pumping. SPY looking once again more bearish here. Big dump there on the S&P 500. Big sell candle on the S&P 500. Big sell candle. Nicely done, pushing the markets right back down. Come on, take us down to the lows. Take us down to the lows, S&P 500. We are short in some SPY puts. Come on. Come on down, SPY. We are looking filthy here. Nvidia Back to the negative side. Apple slapped back down. Google slapped back down. Bitcoin still pumping. Gold selling. IWM still positive. Both the Qs and SPY are negative. Still seeing a heavy correlation between the Dixie and SPY. SPY getting hit really hard. An attempt at breaking out through that OR low was failed. They say big moves come from failed breakouts, and that looked to be a little bit of a failed breakout. Let's see how much they want to take SPY down here, but that was a hard rejection there on the S&P. You can see how manipulation works. They tried chasing that volume off of the breakout and they slapped it right back down. Bitcoin is still screaming higher here. BTC is absolutely pumping to the high side right now. Crazy mover in BTC. Oklo still down 3.6 but off of the lows. Uranium is still positive on the session. IWM still holding steady. Crazy. Come on, SPY. Take us lower. Take us lower. Again, if this triggers here on SPY, guys, again, it hasn't triggered yet, but if it triggers, we have a bit of a bearish formation on SPY. We have a head and shoulders formation, right? If it triggers, you got a pretty big downside target. So we're watching to see if it wants to break this neckline. There's going to be quite a bit of support at this double bottom prior day low sweep zone. Come on down, S&P. Come on down. Come on, give us more selling. Take us down to the lows. Sweep this liquidity. Trap it. Nvidia curling down. Come on. Let's look at some of these Krispy Kreme stocks. It was interesting. There's been some insider accumulation from Congress in Krispy Kreme donut. Look at the sell candle in SPY. Beautiful. Nice sell candle. S&P 500 being defended after a hard sell. They're trying to support it here. Crude oil still pushing. Crude oil going for another high of day sweep. Your US dollar still trying to push. Looking at crude, crude is going to make a new high of day push here. That's going to be bearish for the market here. SPY still trying to be defended. Consolidating, burning more theta and premium. Not giving a true directional break just yet. But crude oil absolutely running to the high side right now. That should equal bearish price action for the indices. Nvidia, Micron still looking a little bit bearish. Really, really weird. Airline stocks should come under pressure. Weekend here, ladies and gents. Bitcoin seeing some top wick distribution. VIX is trying to catch a bid. Dixie still strong. Crude oil is still new high of day for crude. This is troublesome price for the markets. Troublesome price for the markets. Look at energy stocks. Oh my goodness. Crude is just filthy today. Let's look at BE again. Wow. Our crude oil, guys, is a monster right now. Gapping up intraday now. Holy moly, look at that. That is a filthy move on crude. Resistance is at 64.60. There's a little bit of resistance here at 64.60. Oh my God, crude is just screaming higher here, ladies and gents. That is screaming. It should put more pressure on the S&P, but so far S&P holding steady here. Wow, crude is just a beast right now. I'm surprised SPY hasn't broken down just yet. Crude is a beast. Bitcoin's still trying to push. Be careful with this market, guys. Crude oil just too strong right now. It should put more pressure on the S&P 500. Google still struggling. Energy stocks ripping. GDX down 1.4. Snapchat still struggling. Marvell up 3 but off of the highs. Come on. Dump this market. Dump it. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Nvidia's still looking weak. Look at oil, guys, screaming higher. Holy moly. Oil is just a beast right now. Absolute beast. Come on, slap this market down. Slap it down. Copper stocks. So if you think about what is happening in crude, right? You think about it from a margin standpoint, right? So transport stocks, heavily vulnerable to crude oil prices. So that's your airlines, your FedExes, your UPSs, all those names. Then you look at a company like Amazon, right? They have a whole host of transportation services as well, e-commerce, all of their products are heavily designed to crude. Then you look at miners. Miners have a whole host of exposure to crude oil. That's one of their biggest input costs. So you think about it from a fundamental standpoint, crude oil has a major sensitivity to influencing the S&P 500. And like I said, the markets have been charging higher and higher because crude oil has been weak for months now. But crude is trying to break out here. And again, one day doesn't define a trend, but daily chart breakout on crude is trying to be observed here. So markets will likely have to adjust if this is a true breakout. Markets will have to adjust. You saw strong home sale data, dollar pushing, yields pushing. So are we going to enter a bit of another inflationary spike, what Powell was talking about? You know, ever since interest rates were cut by a central banker, yield market has been pushing. Very counterintuitive. What was the strongest asset or ETF or currency in the inflationary battle? It was the dollar. And I'm heavily long the US dollar. Heavily long the US dollar. Most of my cash in the account is sitting in UUP, which again, it's not a crazy mover, but you know, I'm already up nicely, a couple 1.29% on my cash, letting it work for me. All right, SPY looking like it wants to breach the lows here, guys. We are pushing almost up 50%. Come on, SPY, break that. Break that head and shoulders, trigger it. Trigger the head and shoulders. Crude softening a little bit. Dixie still softening a little bit. Bitcoin having a little bit of top wick distribution. Ocul still down 4. IONQ down 1.6 but off of the lows. Nvidia trying to stabilize. Micron trying to stabilize. Come on, SPY. We're still keeping this market somewhat buoyant here. SPY, Qs, and Russell are all negative. Qs are underperforming. Can they trigger a bit of a bearish formation here on SPY? Right now they are just chopping it up and down. We are still seeing the dollar trying to push a little bit. SPY still melting a little bit. Still seeing strength in crude. Come on down. Dixie still trying to push. Nat gas is now starting to push higher here. Nvidia, Apple, Google negative. Tesla still up 3. Meta up 0.36. Microsoft getting a little heavier here. Still positive though. Amazon still up 0.4. All indices are negative. Dow Jones Industrial slightly positive. Bitcoin up 1.4 but coming in off of the highs a little bit. Still seeing crude trying to shrug off. Marvell still up 3.12. Ethereum still up 0.5% on the tape. CNC is still ripping. All right, markets are in just a chop mode, just a pure chop. All right, your Dixie starting to press a little bit more, guys. US dollar, let's see if it influences the market so far. Green candle Dixie, green candle markets. BBAI under a little bit of pressure today. Open door having a stunning bid back to the high side. Big move trying to reach its gap there on OPEN. Tesla's still doing wonderful. What is this IAS? IAS, Integral Ad Science Holdings. What the heck do they do? Oh, buyout. It's a buyout. Snapchat. Snapchat's getting interesting again, guys, from a technical long standpoint. Not a bad area to try to take some upside call options again on Snap. Interesting. Not a bad area. Tempted to take some. If I didn't think the markets are going to come a little bit lower, I'd be buying some Snap calls here. Interesting. Yeah, Snapchat right into gap fill. Nice area. Really nice area. Riot still up 10. Bitfarm still holding. You can see Nvidia still looking pretty weak. Nvidia's just been announcing partnership after partnership, trying to firm that up. All right, SPY right back down to the lows. Come on, SPY. Drop it. Drop it. Nvidia still staying steady. AMD staying steady. Financials could be under a bit of pressure here. JP Morgan putting in a little bit of a topping tail there. So again, JP Morgan looks like a short today, guys. JP Morgan looks like a bit of a short. Coming in a little bit. Right spot. Right down the SPY right now. Nice job on the S&P 500 if you're short with us. We are absolutely printing. We are coming into profit zone number 1 here, members. TP1 is coming into play. We're almost up 50% here. Come on. Trying to bounce it just a little bit, but we should get a little bit of a sweep lower here. We should. Come on, SPY. Break it. Break it down. They're still trying to save the S&P here. Financials are under a little bit of sell side pressure. Come on, SPY. Come on. One more little knife down. So we have triggered a bit of a head and shoulders formation on the 3-minute SPY chart. We'll see if they want to drop it a little bit lower here. But definitely a bearish formation has triggered on the SPY chart, ladies and gents. Can we get a confirmed candle breakdown? Bitcoin starting to sell off a little bit, pulling in from the highs. Crude oil still an absolute monster right now. Come on, SPY, give us our next leg lower. Sweep this low liquidity. We are looking pretty bearish intraday. Qs and IWM are kind of neck and neck for your worst performing indice. Big bounce. They're trying to recapture that liquidity. Micron still looking distributive. Nvidia catching a decent sized bid here. Your dollar's still trying to move up. Tesla still acting well. Baba still acting very well. Freeport Mac running down 10. SCCO still pushing. Dollar index still trying to firm up here. Bitcoin softening just a little bit from the highs. IWM looking pretty bearish right now. We are seeing more sell side pressure in small cap land, having to readjust. Come on down. Again, I said I was short off of SPY up here. Issued the member alert put play. We are writing 6620 DTE puts. Was the live trading group alert. I entered contracts at 50 cents. And they're now trading at 71 and printing. And we're already coming up into first trim target. So nice little live trading group alert. We are looking to take some profits very shortly. Come on, give us a hard impulse candle down. Hard impulse candle down. They just trimmed at 75 cents there. 50% trim. And we still have more. Now protect the trade, break even stop loss, members. But I took some profits there. Nice little 0 DTE trade. All right, we gave you that target in advance. We could still easily go lower. We can get these 662s in the money. See how much we want to go. They could easily sweep this low here. They could easily sweep, and the head and shoulders target that we confirmed on the 3-minute chart brings us all the way down to 660.50, guys. That is the potential, which is pretty crazy to think, right? Getting close to adding to my SCCO short 121.75 would be my second entry on Southern Copper. SCCO. Anyone wanting to take a lotto put play down to this target, 660 puts would probably, how cheap are they? Let's see. 660 puts right now are at 24 cents on the ask. Interesting. That isn't it's an aggressive trade. If you're a little bit more speculative, that would be the area. Are they going to keep selling the S&P? Micron looking like it's going to trigger its bear flag very shortly here. Nvidia looking pretty bearish. Google starting to come in. Apple near the lows, still selling down 1%. Starting to see a little bit more net distribution. Again, guys, please hit that like button. We have took some nice profits on Bloom Energy this morning. That one's still trying to work itself through to the upside. IWM still looks pretty nasty. Looking at Micron. Micron looks pretty nasty here, ladies and gents. Nvidia looking pretty nasty. Curling to the downside. China stocks are still holding strength. Snapchat getting a fat bounce. A-Lab still down 8, but off of the lows. FIGR, that's catching a nice bounce. FIGR, wow, nice little red to green reversal. Very strong mover. Freaking Adobe, man. I hate Adobe. SoFi looks like a bit of a short setup here. Again, short the pop here on SoFi. You probably get paid. It's been teetering between positive and negative. But the markets do look like a short the pop kind of day. They really do. All right, some of these other high flyers, IREN starting to come in just a little bit. SCCO has gone pretty extreme to the upside. Very tempted. Almost came into my gap fill where I was going to add, but just missing it. Just missing it there. BCDA still consolidating like a champ up here. Biocardio almost to that gap fill. We just took this trade yesterday and we're up 20%. Beautiful. JP Morgan, imagine they take JP Morgan negative. If they were to take JP Morgan negative, that would likely mean SPY's coming down to here. But JP Morgan making a new spike higher here and now coming in quite a bit. Quite a bit. Oklo still under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at this SPX chart because yesterday we were looking for a sell into the whatchamacallit, the 7-day moving average. So let's just see where we're trading at. So you can see the 7-day moving average on SPX is at 66.43. Let's remove that bullish target. So we're still trading above yesterday's low, but we haven't tapped that 7-day yet. And what's really crazy, guys, is this SPX chart. This could be a really nasty head and shoulders formation. Hasn't triggered, so you're technically holding support. But if that head and shoulders triggers, I mean, yikes. It could get real filthy. So you are sitting right on a volume weighted average price zone here for SPX. So you're sitting right below it. That's why you're struggling here. Interesting. Are there 2 like buttons? Thanks, Tram. SPY backtesting the neckline. We'll see if it respects the resistance and sells off. All right, let's do a quick midday sector check. So midday sector check, you've got XLY, consumer discretionary, your strongest sector, being propped up by Tesla. Sorry, XLE is your strongest sector, actually. XLE is your strongest. Right now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sectors red in the S&P 500 and 5 sectors green. Retail is obviously green as well. So energy is doing well, staples are green, financials are just barely green, XLF, utilities are green, and consumer discretionary. So you're seeing a little bit of defensive play here. XLK and XLC, 2 of your big tech communication sectors, are weak on the session. Right now we are seeing the Dixie soften up just a little bit, so that's why SPY is catching a bit of a break here and breather. It is trying to firm up. Looking at crude oil also taking a bit of a breather, getting sold into right off of that daily chart EMA 113. So what is SPY doing? SPY is moving. And just put a break even stop loss on the rest of those put contracts, members. Break even. Big push in the S&P starting to come into play. Nvidia catching a nice bid. Tesla still strong. Snapchat, wow. Snapchat trying to make a red to green reversal. Crazy. All right, so potentially a little bit of a liquidity trap here forming on SPY. So what does that mean? The head and shoulders is failing in the near term. If you can get a close above this trend line, they have failed the head and shoulders. And that means that we could push higher here. Where could we push to? Back to OR low. Still seeing strength across the market here. SPY right now is on a knife edge. Is this head and shoulders going to play out, or is this just a fake pop? Dixie and oil are softening, so SPY could still press a little bit more. So SPY is starting to soften up just a little bit, getting a clinical rejection off of that neckline. So the pattern for the head and shoulders is alive and well. Still seeing financial stocks coming under a little bit of pressure. Crude oil is still strong. Nvidia curling down, still looking bearish on Micron. Alibaba is starting to come in a little bit. Going for another high push here. Try to market selling. Again, head and shoulders. You have a mini head and shoulders on SPY. And then the question is, are we going to target this much larger head and shoulders on SPY? This is a very large, potentially bearish pattern on the S&P 500. Hasn't triggered, right? The big one has not triggered, but it's coming in quite sharply here. Coming in quite sharply. But there's a lot of support down here. New lows there for the S&P. Beautiful job. Nvidia getting SPY's now hitting that bigger head and shoulders neckline. Coming in hot and heavy. We are breaking down here. All right, things are getting interesting. We're coming into TP2, members. 662 puts are ripping. Ripping. Come on, give us a big flush. Give us a big flush here in the markets. Beautiful job. Nvidia collapsing. JP Morgan coming in. Here we go. Big drop. Come on, take out the lows. SPY TP2 prior day low. It's an aggressive long entry if you're trying to trade it. But just keep in mind, we are triggering the mini head and shoulders takes us down to 660. The bigger head and shoulders I haven't even calculated yet. Dixie pushing. Crude oil still at the highs. Here we go. TP2 incoming. Come on, Spy. Take it down. Take it down. Take us lower, Spy. Take us lower. Come on. Nvidia had a really nasty sell. You got Microsoft barely positive, Google selling, Apple selling, and Nvidia negative. IWM and Qs are neck and neck for the worst performing indice right now. We're almost up 100%. Come on, I want 100% on the rest of these puts. Come on. BBI down 2, Open Door selling, Snapchat selling, Intel still strong, Iron still strong, Tesla still up 3.2, Bob is still up 9.2. Crazy. Starting to see SCCO coming in just a little bit here. Finally getting some downside. JP Morgan. That's also coming in pretty hard. You have had XLF turn negative on the session. So you're getting a little bit more selling under the hood of this market. Oklo has pushed right back up. Crazy. Financials are seeing distribution. Let's look at this SPX daily chart. We can monitor the daily 7 moving average. Let me take off. We're coming into a little bit of a daily chart level. Let me throw on these moving averages. CCO getting heavy. I'd like to make some money on that name as well. Pop seems to be getting sold into here. Oh, nat gas stocks are still ripping. Nat gas is getting faded though. SCCO coming in hot. Dump us. Because they bounced us, we should sweep that low though. I'm going to lower this TP2 zone for a new low. What a gap and crack though. And we can see if we use this little channel where we're going to trade into intraday, there is a nice little channel that we can use. They might take us down to 660. They're doing a nice slow drip down. It's not aggressive, but it's definitely an interesting sell side day that's hitting the tape right now. Micron looking bearish. That's triggering a bit of a bear flag. SCCO coming in. We're almost up back to flatline on SCCO short. Almost back to flatline. Iron coming in. Come on, knife it, SPY, knife it. Yeah, they might just absolutely knife this market here. They're sitting right on that wedge pattern. Hourly chart wedge. You can see on SPY we are actually hitting the 7-day moving average on your S&P 500. But on SPX we haven't truly hit it yet. That's why I'm watching both indices, because SPY we've tagged the 7-day, but SPX we haven't. So I want to see SPX tag that 7-day. That's why we're watching the daily chart. Will they do it? So choppy. SCCO coming in. Does IONQ drop ever? Yeah, it's a beast, right? IONQ is a beast. Quantum is a hot sector right now. So it's a tough name, but it will. It will drop. You know, a lot of people are frothing. Be careful with IONQ, yeah. Yeah, of course. Quantum stocks are the hot thing right now that people are chasing. It will get a pullback. But yeah, it's still getting a buy the dip. Huge buy the dip momentum. So it makes a market. Cabin thinking IONQ going higher. I agree. It'll go higher. I think it's due for a pullback. You're gonna see there's gonna be a very shortly a debt offering on IONQ. You'll see a shelf offering very soon. All right, SPY 662 puts, again, we're still in those, still looking for a new low of day sweep, still waiting for this SPX to hit that 7-day moving average. SPY still looking pretty heavy. Because we're bouncing here, I'm going to keep lowering my stop a little bit. I want to see a nice, sorry, I'm going to lower my TP zone, 6180 here. I think they're going to give us a hard candle down. Remember, the 3-minute head and shoulders that's triggered up here gives us a target to 660. Okay. Crude oil going for another high of day. You still have A-Lab getting absolutely slaughtered, but it is off of the lows. Taking our 205 puts in the money today, trimming those for profit. SCCO still a beast at the highs. I still think that one's going to come in quite sharply. IREN still holding steady, but off of the highs. JP Morgan, new 52-week high today, but starting to come in from the highs. Micron is triggering a bit of a bear flag intraday, so you're going to likely see additional distribution in semiconductors. Be very careful of that. Crude oil just made a new high of day spike. Look how bearish Micron's looking. Beautiful. That is filthy on Micron. We are obviously short Collins. Nicely green on that trade, looking for much more. there's quite a bit of support here. You got two massive trend lines. You got that hourly wedge pattern on SPY. So there, I'm not gonna lie, there's definitely some support here for a bounce, but I think it might be short-lived. So semiconductors are seeing more distribution here. Look at that nasty little candle down. Crude oil still running. Dixie softening. So that's what's helping SPY right now. You're still seeing a heavy correlation between SPY and, all right, we're hitting prior day low here. Come on, knife it through, knife it through. Come on, SPY. I'll be looking to exit the rest of my contracts around 661.80 for SPY. Look at crude just ripping to the upside. Beautiful. Nice decline. Look at our puts, guys. 662 puts are in the money. We're almost at profit target. All right, guys, there is, come on, a little bit more, a little bit more. Harder, harder. Give me 100%. Give me 100%. 661.80, 3 cents away, 2 cents away. Come on. All right, guys, I'm all out of my puts there. I'm all out of my puts. Beautiful little trade there. 100% winner. And we are still knifing lower here. Nice job if you took that live trading alert with us. 662 zeros, deep in the money. SPY could bounce here now. It could bounce all the way back up to 662.30-ish. And then we could resume the selling. Wow, that was crazy, guys. Nvidia's still dripping. Micron's still selling. So semiconductors and QQQ are absolutely knifing here. Look at those Qs. Down and dirty. Let's look at that SPX. Did we tap that 7-day moving average yet? We are coming into that 7-day moving average. Look at that, guys. SPX tapped the 7-day moving average. There is some daily chart support here. Do they want to get nasty and sweep that and then bounce it? But 7-day moving average on SPX has been tagged. Pretty crazy. All right, I gotta take a seat here. Look to see what else is happening. Search for swings. This market is looking filthy here. Absolutely filthy. Let's look at NDX. NDX is still off of its 7-day moving average. Imagine they want to take that down to its 7-day. That would be nasty. That would be filthy. We are falling. Falling sharply. Do 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 do. Nasty, guys. Great day for us here. Live trading. Come on. Great day for us. Amazing. We just need fucking Oklo and IONQ to soften up here. A-Lab getting crushed. Iron coming in hard now. Crude oil still ripping. Interesting price action. Nat gas still pushing. QQQ leading the charge. Actually, IWM's weaker now than the Qs. SPY is the most relatively strong indice. And why is that? Maybe we want to head to the 7-day moving average on NDX. Look at that selling, hitting the table. Let's see, QQQ is hitting its 7-day moving average. So Qs are hitting the 7-day moving average, but NDX, I want those futures traders. Come on. NDX melting. SPY still going lower. Look at Nvidia's chart breaking down. Wow. JP Morgan trying to go negative. Oklo coming in. SoFi dropping like a rock. IREN dropping here. Dixie still hasn't pushed. Come on down. Look at them knifing JP Morgan here. Look at them knifing SPY. They are selling your big behemoths here. What a drop there on JP Morgan. That is filthy, filthy, filthy. Nasty decline in the markets, guys. All right, I'm going to look for some 0 DTE calls on SPY here. Drop in the markets, guys. Really big drop here. Is that the lower boundary trend line? Yeah, for sure I will, Caleb. Just give me a second here with these day trades. All right, members, I just added to my SPY there. Decline in the markets, guys. A really formidable decline here. We're seeing Nvidia, Micron, semis breaking down. On the SPX, you've breached the 7-day moving average. Things are getting nasty, triggering yet again another head and shoulders pattern. Look at the head and shoulders, knees and toes, triggering. Looking pretty filthy here. Looking pretty filthy. Both our targets were hit, and I erased those. Still almost at that head and shoulders target on SPY. That is crazy decline. That is a crazy decline. Let's see if they get a bit of a bounce here, guys. Let's see. Let's see. Come on. Get back to 662. Come on, SPY. Give us a bounce. Parallel channel. Oversold. Knifing through the 7-day moving average. Bounce us, baby. Bounce us. Come on. Give us a big bounce. Bounce back up to 662.40-ish. Come on, SPY. Come on. We were buying 0 DT calls into this bounce. Come on. Come on, SPY. They're catching a little bit of a bid here. They're trying to. They are trying to. Come on, give us a bit of a facelift here. Give us a bit of a facelift. Come on. Come on. Let's go, SPY. What a crazy day. No respite. Crazy, crazy day. Still have the markets under a little bit of pressure. I'm looking for a bit of a bounce here in the markets. JP Morgan almost gone from red to green, from green to red. JPM selling off hard. SOX ETF green. Crazy day. Insanely nasty sell side pressure here. Financials getting wrecked hard here. Crude oil still near the highs. Dixie still off of the highs slightly. SPY new low of day. Just drilling this market to the downside. IONQ getting slapped around now. OCLO down 4.38. S&P 500 still selling off. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. New low of day for SPY. Sweeping a lot of bearish liquidity right now. Quite a bit. Look at them knife this market. No bounces yet. Looks like they want to take NDX to the 7-day. SPY, can you believe it? Almost into that head and shoulders 3-minute target. They are just drilling it to the downside here. Absolutely filthy decline across the broad indices. Nvidia's just breaking down now, down 1.1%. Apple down 1.15. Google down 1.37. Microsoft's negative. Amazon's negative. Everything is seeing distribution and liquidation. JP Morgan looking to go negative itself. That would be one filthy, filthy reversal candle on JP Morgan. Looking pretty nasty. Let's look at this NDX chart. Do they want to take it to the 7-day moving average? Just shows you how extended we are from that 7-day. Micron now down 3.46%. Look at semiconductors. They are under pressure. Micron starting to pay us now on the short side. IONQ, we're almost back to flats line. Go figure, our biotech play still holding steady. BCDA acting very well. Still up about 20%. LDI still below its 20-day moving average there. Come on, SPY, big bounce, big bounce. Give us a 0 DTE pump here. SPY's still heavy. Not really wanting to bounce just yet. Wow. New lows there for the S&P 500. It is a bloodbath on Wall Street. Starting to become a bloodbath on Wall Street here. Wow. Crazy price action hitting the downside tape here. We are seeing some liquidations. I was short for most of this, covered. Now I'm long, but I'm even down on my 0 DT call options here. So I'm trying to catch a bit of a potential bounce here on the long side now, but wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. 660 on SPY, and we are falling sharply. Look at that NASDAQ QQQ coming into an upsloping trend line here for the Qs. Hard hourly chart candle, 1, 2, 3 bar down. Is this a measured move on the Qs? Let's see. We are almost getting into that measured move. So this sell here is matching this sell here on the QQQ, but what a dump. Head and shoulders on your NASDAQ chart has triggered. And the other thing about this is that you're finally starting to get a potential lower low, an hourly low. You took out this major low pivot on the Qs and things are looking filthy. Things are looking filthy now. IREN coming in hard now. SCCO starting to come in. SoFi. coming in. Let's look at Palantir, PLTR, coming in hard. The bears are eating today, and we're certainly net short. Come on. Look at ALAB, just getting slaughtered still. Getting absolutely saw Snapchat back down. Marvell giving up some of the gains. Marvell is also another interesting long one. Piercing 76. Marvell is into an area where if we get a bounce, it should try to bounce. But look at them just free falling this market. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Look at CNC. The Forbes article is just creating a squeeze in CNC here. That is filthy. Again, Marvell coming in sharply below that 76. That's where I was looking to enter Marvell. But I don't even know if I want it anymore because this market just got heavy. Bitcoin and crypto are still acting okay. JP Morgan, will they take JPM negative on the session? Let's see. Big reversal there on the S&P 500. SPY's catching a bit of a bid. JP Morgan catching a bit of a bid. Micron still a filthy, filthy stock today. Like I said, it was very expensive, Micron, even heading into this earnings, even though they've guided, it was super duper expensive. SPY has achieved the 3-minute head and shoulders downside target. We have fulfilled that entire move down, ladies and gents. Oklo still holding steady. All your mega caps are negative except for Tesla and Meta. Netflix under a lot of pressure. Crude oil is still strong but coming in slightly from the highs. Nat gas still acting well. Gold finally seeing some net distribution. You got today the yield curve spread between the 10 and the 2 are continuously blowing out to the upside. So that 10 and 2-year spread is starting to take a hold of this market a little bit more. Your QQQ is still weak on the tape. IWM getting absolutely slaughtered here. Calls are getting slaughtered on the S&P 500. Crazy melts down in price. A little bit of a low volume day, so we can easily get a fat bounce. IWM's hitting some hourly chart support. Micron's still going down to the lows. Nvidia hitting some hourly chart support, resting right on its prior day low. Will they bounce Nvidia here? Will they bounce the market? You can see IWM's hitting a little bit of hourly chart support. The S&P just knifed through that 7-day moving average like a hot knife through butter. Crazy, eh? What a crazy day. What a crazy day. Huge decline there in the tape. JP Morgan's almost gone negative. Green to red. Micron still selling off sharply here. My oh my, Micron is just nasty. AMD reversing from the highs. SMCI coming in from the highs. Oracle still coming in from the highs. How's Mr. Snowflake doing? Melting. Snowflake is melting here. SoFi looking pretty nasty intraday, like it can go lower. Let's look at Hood. Yeah, Hood is still a beast up here. Oh my goodness, Robinhood is filthy. That's probably due for a pullback very shortly, but I don't know why that's running so much, but it's running. Strong, strong stock. Crazy. Nvidia now seeing more selling, guys. Wow, Nvidia is just getting bludgeoned here. Taking these semiconductors down. Micron just getting wrecked. Dollar curling back up. Your VIX has all of a sudden exploded to the upside, turning green on the session. China stocks are seeing a slight fade from the highs. Finally seeing this ONDS starting to come in. This stock has been so extended off of the highs there. ONDAS, crazy mover. Multi-week run to the upside. Let's look at SOXS. SOXS catching a nice little liquidity bid. Obviously, we're still waiting for the week to end, but could be forming a little bit of a weekly potential bottoming tail is SPY and Q's gonna get a bounce here. And let's look at the NDX chart. NDX is still phenomenally weak. NDX did tap the 7-day moving average right here, right now. We're hitting daily chart support on the 7-day moving average. That is crazy. That is crazy. SPY's still seeing some net liquidation. Nvidia, Micron getting absolutely slaughtered. S&P new low. S&P 500 new low on the session. Nasty, nasty day for the bulls. We are melting through key support levels. Craziness, eh? Look at that. Selling off sharply on the tape. The semis are still super duper heavy. JP Morgan still looking to go negative on the session. Craziness. Still coming down. Micron still down 4%. Heavy. Nvidia down 1.4. Tesla getting faded. Crude oil and the Dixie are softening, so you could see a bit of a bounce here. You might get a little bit of a bounce as the dollar and crude oil are softening just a little bit. You are getting oversold intraday, quite oversold intraday, but quite a bit of weakness still in this tape. You still have a lot of stocks that are green that could sell off. That would force this market down a little bit more. Lululemon still doing well. Baba still up 8.3. Open Door still up 8, but selling. Okta's gone negative. You're seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure. Markets are testing 660 now. SPY drilling. Semiconductors are getting wrecked here. Crude softening. Yields still green. VIX is still trying to push to the upside. Look at that NDX chart. That is a filthy, filthy decline. IWM is still your worst performing indice here, ladies and gents. SPY still going lower. Here we go. Still getting extremely oversold here, but we are seeing net liquidations across the board. Still seeing this market falling off a cliff. All right, members, I am trimming half of my IWM puts here, my 241 puts for about 54% gain here. Still going to leave half the contracts on the table, but trimming half of my IWMs. Nice little gain. This is a nasty sell, guys. Nasty sell in the markets. Micron getting slaughtered. They are just liquidating semiconductors and your tech stocks. Liquidation. Tesla looking heavy. Wow. Nasty dump in this market. Even my SPY calls it. I'm trying to play a dead cat bounce here for getting annihilated, but that's okay. I made more money on the swing short side, and we still could see a snapback bounce here, but that was just filthy. IWM still liquidating. 241 puts can get in the money today. That was crazy. SCCO starting to now come in sharply. IREN, JP Morgan's about to go negative. They are hitting the sell side button, guys. Micron down 4.75%. Look at them just liquidate this market here. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-minute down candles on the Russell. S&P is just entering full bear mode, triggering a massive head and shoulders pattern, giving us a lower low. This is getting real nasty, guys. Real nasty. We're almost into a symmetrical measured move as well. Holy moly. JP Morgan about to go negative. You can see SCCO starting to come in pretty sharply here. I like it a lot. IREN starting to come in quite sharply here. But look at Micron getting liquidated. Holy moly, I said it was an expensive stock, and yeah, it's still got more downside to go. Still got more downside to go in this tape. But what a sell candle in the overall S&P 500. That was a filthy, filthy decline, guys. Filthy. Nasty little sell candle in the market. SCCO still selling. Nvidia trying to bounce. Gold still down 0.65. Crude oil trying to bounce. We have overshot massive, massive downside targets. Pepsi trying to stay green. FIGR green. A-Lab down 10. Oracle now down 4. Baba still up 8. Lululemon still showing positive. Constellation Brands still showing positive price. Utilities are still holding steady. PayPal still holding steady. Solar is still holding steady. Nat gas stocks still ripping and roaring to the upside. Certain healthcare stocks are still ripping. Bitcoin's still strong. So you can't say it's a full broad market sell in this overall tape because you still have pockets of strength. But look at that NDX just knifing through key supports still near the lows of the tape. Oh my goodness gracious me. Your NDX absolutely getting hit really, really hard here, knifing through its daily 7 moving average. You have hit a massive Fibonacci zone along with an upsloping trend line here on your NQQQ chart. Dixie and oil are still trying to creep a little bit higher here. But you've triggered, look at this head and shoulders you triggered on the Qs here. So we haven't even calculated that downside move. But look at where that could take us. Imagine they try to fulfill that today, they would just be downright dirty. Usually when you trigger a pattern to this degree, you get some sort of a bear flag off of that hard sell candle. But if they want to get really nasty and rip the band-aid off and don't allow anyone to really enter those swings, you could see some pretty horrific selling here. Man, that's crazy. And that would, then you have a gap fill here on the Qs all the way down here. Oh my goodness gracious me. Again, we're a little bit stretched intraday. We are very stretched actually intraday. Very stretched. Dixie going for another surge to the upside here. So we are seeing the dollar trying to push. So again, we were riding 241 puts we've been accumulating over the last few sessions with our options trading group. We just trimmed half of our 241 puts for about 52% gain there. So it's a nice little trade. Sorry, 54% gain there. JP Morgan still looking to potentially go negative here. Guys, JP Morgan's still weak. SPY's still weak. S&P 500 still looks like we could go lower. Wow, your US dollar is still trying to scream here, guys. Look at the US Dixie. This is kind of what I did in my pre-market analysis video. Warned you about the dollar and I warned you about crude oil. And I said those are two headwinds that you need to watch for. Look at gold. Gold getting liquidated as well today. Let's look at silver. Silver also under a little bit of pressure, but still holding up quite well for silver near the highs of the session. GDX finally seeing some selling, but still very, very strong on the overall trend. Let's look at our Russell 2000. Nvidia trying to stabilize here. S&P trying to stabilize. SPX catching a decent sized bid here. SPY trying to make a little bit of a move. I have a feeling they're going to try to push the SPX back to its 7-day moving average. So we are seeing a little bit of buying strength coming back into the tape. Let's see how much they want to pop this market up a little bit. Do they close us back in there? Oklo IONQ remarkably still acting well. Craziness. Lululemon still acting well. Open Door still acting well. So some interesting observations, ladies and gents. Your stocks that have been decimated, like Lululemon has been absolutely demolished, strong on the tape today. Constellation Brands, stock that is decimated, been strong on the session today, trying to muster up a little bit of a bid here. Interesting. Very cool. Let's look at Rocket Labs. That's still under a lot of pressure. SATS, still under a lot of pressure. Let's look at Carvana. Carvana still under quite a bit of pressure today. Wow. Chewy, under a lot of pressure. Snapchat. Again, Snapchat is into a buy zone, still holding above that 7-day. Nice 3-day pullback for Snap. If you didn't catch the Snap long, this is kind of your area to look to buy Snap on the swing trade side. Big bounce on your S&P 500 starting to firm up here. You got strength creeping back into Nvidia. CNC still ripping. Look at our nat gas long and RRC, guys. We are long common shares. Look at the breakout today in RRC. Up double digits on our trade, and this is just starting to trigger an inverse head and shoulders. I love it. I love it a lot. Look at this move on RRC, guys. Bit of an attempt to bounce at interesting. Very, very cool. Pretty wild day today. Good to be net short today, trimming into this weakness, and that's what you got to do in this market. This market is so volatile and extreme. It has big drops, it has big pops. And trimming into strength, how is CDNS? This is another ticker I've been wanting to accumulate yet again. CDNS, nice pullback there. Interesting pullback for CDNS. How's Marvell doing again? Big bounce in MRVL, guys, off the lows, so that's showing continuous structure. Come on. Again, we fulfilled the downside levels on the session, so any sort of extra selling that occurs in the market today would just be absolutely ruthless by the stock, by the market makers. NDX still super duper weak. SPX still trying to bounce just a little bit here. Let's look at this QQQ chart. Qs, can they push Qs back above its 7-day moving average, which is sitting at 595.82? 595.82 is the QQQ 7-day. All right, we're starting to get a little bit of liquidity creeping back into this market. Come on, pump us back up. Pump us back up. Hitting the tape here on SPY. Big. So you can see the cues. So from its high pivot sell-off today, this is your Fibonacci retrace zones. We're right now testing our basic 236 fib. Typically off of a sell-off like this, you want to retest your 382. So that's kind of what I'm watching, is your 382 retrace on the cues here. Is that what we're going to get? So big push, SPY trying to recapture 661. Micron still heavy. Could see a little bit of selling here. You had a nice pump here in the market, but we should get a move to this 382 retrace zone. You still have larger time daily chart supports in place. You still have a strong uptrending market, even though we violated some critical levels based off of today's price action. We haven't violated them yet on a closing basis. We've only violated them on an intraday basis. So we'll see if they want to give this market a bit of a facelift here. JP Morgan trying to firm up. You still have oil and the Dixie still trying to push here. Still seeing unrelenting strength in your dollar index. SOX is still up 2.95%. SPY getting hit a little bit more. Uranium starting to sell off even more now. That's down 1.31%. I'm expecting Opal probably to retest down 5% on the session. Micron still heavy. That's down 4.37. SPY is still weak right now. You can see Q's retested that first fib level, getting slightly rejected. Let's see what they can do here. You're well into bearish environment on all the indices right now. Well below prior days. Dollar still creeping. Google down 1.24. Apple down 1. Nvidia down 1.33. Crypto stocks are still showing some strength. You got SBET up 4.4. Interesting. Still seeing quite a bit of selling in this market. Tesla still holding steady. Snapchat catching a bid. China stocks are still acting well. I still have a little bit of strength in some quantum names. Minus IONQ. FCX down 11.9. Wow. Bitfarms catching a bid. BBAI now down 4.13. Lithium Americas still up 96%. Rigetti still green. Intel still doing wonderfully well. Crazy trading session today. Micron starting to firm up. Nvidia's retesting prior day low. Tesla's still your bright spot in the market. Meta's still acting quite well. So you're still seeing a little bit of accumulation in communication stocks. Names like Snapchat, Meta is showing some signs of life. Clearly, people are both liking the augmented reality theme. Meta releasing their new glasses September 30th, and then Snapchat partnering with Spectacles in their own cheaper version of augmented reality, or at least running their software. All right, SPY starting to catch a little bit of a bid. Markets are still down 0.5% on the Qs. Qs are still trying to push up for this next fib retrace level. Big bounce on your NASDAQ, trying to push here. Still a large hourly candle sell-off on your QQQ. SPY has some top wick distributions. Crude oil softening a little bit. Come on, SPY. Give us a move back to PDL. That would be a beautiful area. Even if we were to retrace back to this channel, you can see how we were chopping in the channel, low pivot, high pivot, then we sold off through to the channel. So if there's a symmetrical move that unfolds, since we had a breakdown of this channel, it would be epic to retrace all the way to the top of the channel. That would put us right back to the neckline of our larger head and shoulders pattern. That would cause so many people who were chasing short here to now be underwater. So we'll see. Or do they want to get nasty and take us back down for a W bottom? They could do that either way. They could take us right back down to Lowe's W pattern, or they can keep pushing us back to that neckline. Come on, give us a little bit of a push. Nvidia trying to recapture prior low. The only problem is your Dixie and oil is still super duper strong. JP Morgan still looking pretty weak. You've had the dollar breakout on intraday time frames. You've had crude oil breakout intraday time frames. You've had the markets break down on intraday time frames. A lot of things are unfolding in this market. and you need to be vigilant of what we're potentially entering in. Anyone didn't watch my Jay Powell highlight summary? Jay Powell said some pretty critical things yesterday, but I would highly suggest you watch the YouTube short. Roughly about a minute in, Jay Powell says some pretty important things regarding equities. So SPY's trying to stabilize. Let's see which way they want to take us. Your IWM is still underperforming, but it's neck and neck with your Qs. So you're still seeing net liquidations across your tech sector today. You still have some pockets of strength in your overall S&P 500 sector. But right now, you have XLK, your technology basket, down 1%. Financials have turned red. Industrials are red. Communications are red. Consumer discretionary XOY is still strong. Utilities are still strong. Staples are strong. So you're seeing capital move defensively in this market environment. SPY right now still just holding. Looking like a bit of a bull flag, but we'll see. We will see. Let's see what the momentum is on the Qs. QQQ hourly chart momentum is not good right now. But we are still oversold. And typically when you're oversold, selling off from the highs in a raging bull market, you get really sharp mean reversion bids. The only problem is crude is still trying to pump here. New high of day incoming for crude oil. Plug power down 5, BBA down 4. What a nasty reversal on plug power. Jeez, we pretty much picked the top yesterday in the live trading room off of that short on plug, and man, if anyone's still holding, you're just crazy move. Nvidia is still trying to recover above its prior day, but looking weak. You got Apple still weak on the session, but trying to form a bit of an hourly base here. Let's look at the IWM. IWM still looking pretty heavy. Supreme saying finally was waiting for this correction, now holding cash. Amazing, amazing. Yeah, it's a nice correction. We're due. Could be a little bit more. I would still love to see a little more, but it's a start. It's a good correction. It's a much needed breather in the market. It's a much needed breather. I mean, just to think, right? We're only breaking the 7-day moving average on SPX. So I would love to see on a technical basis a 1, 2, 3 bar surge. Maybe they facelift us a little bit into the afternoon session, but I would love to see a gap down continuation. If we were to fill this gap here at 60 below 6,600, that would be beautiful, because then it does give us the opportunity to keep trending a little bit higher. But markets are definitely a little bit choppy here, and this correction should be welcomed by the bulls. It's been long overdue, that's for sure. It's been really long overdue. JP Morgan's still weak. Lululemon pumping. Duolingo turning green. Solar's still acting well. GDX down 2.18. Nat gas stock still phenomenally strong. SCCO starting to come in a little bit. Bitcoin still up 1.42%. Nvidia trying to curl right back down. So QQQs have stopped right on a upsloping trend line on the hourly chart. You've also tested from this low pivot reversal high volume zone to your high. You're bouncing off of a 50% Fibonacci retrace zone. So there's quite a bit of support here, and you're oversold intraday. But remember, we've triggered that little head and shoulders. Now, are the market makers going to try to push it back to the neckline? Georgiana saying VNet is pumping. Yeah, that's a China play as well. It's acting very, very well on the session with the China news. Looking pretty strong, not really overbought, so it could easily move higher. Yeah, VNet could easily move higher. It's looking pretty decent here. So tag the 30-minute EMA 113 on your QQQ chart. Have a look at FUL. FUL. Not familiar with this company. Fuller Company. Have I traded this before? Oh, that's a nice backtest, Sarkfors. That's a good entry there. Good risk to reward. Nice observation. Little light in volume, and it has earnings. That's the, oh, God. Why do they always do that? Yeah, it's a great level. It's a great level. I like it. I like it a lot. I'd be buying this today, right, literally right now, if it didn't have earnings. God, Sarkfors, you teasing me with these levels. Literally looked like a perfect setup. EMA 113, bullish crossover of the EMA and the 200, nice little multi-day sell side pressure, back testing an impulse green candle. Oh, don't tease me with these surfers. Risky business ahead of earnings. Um, you know, I don't really know too much about the company. Let me quickly take a peek here. So it says it's in the financials, 3.2 billion. Let me quickly look at its EPS growth on an annual basis. So it is growing its EPS. I mean, 419, 474. Not bad. It's not terrible, that's for sure. Hmm. Weird chart. Let me look at the weekly here. And it has been a sell-off on declining volume. That's another little positive for the actual ticker itself. Interesting. You're gonna take it. Yeah, I know. You're an aggressive, risky trader. Not looking bad. All right, crude oil and the dollar are ripping here, guys. They are starting to fly again. It's a tough one for me to get behind. Let me see what its PE is trading at here on a historical basis. So the median PE is 20. It's trading at 32.4. It's a little bit expensive, which is telling us that investors are slightly more confident in it. Um, very risky. Very risky. A part of me thinks it could still come a little bit lower, but just based off of an earnings gap down potential, but if it wasn't into earnings, I'd be buying it for sure. Still a good level. All right, SPY trying to make a little bit of a move here. I hope you wish you good luck. Are you taking calls or are you taking shares, Sarpras? All right, SPY, a mini 3-minute bull flag. Come on, get us a pop. Get us a pop, SPY. Get us a pop. Give it to us. Pump it up a little bit. Facelift this market. Commons, okay. Yeah, it's a lower priced equity enough that commons are not that risky. I think, even if it does gap down, wait a year on it and you'll still make money on it. So it's not a bad area, but the chart pattern is looking pretty decent. And financials have been strong, so you have that going for it. So Nvidia trying to catch a bid, Micron trying to catch a bid. S&P still no breakout yet. Apple down 1, Google down 1.2, Meta's turned negative, Tesla's still ripping. Amazon turning positive. Interesting. Come on, SPY. Get a push. Take us back to PDL. Fortune favors the brave. So they say. Guys, look at Lululemon ripping here. Lululemon, new high of day, baby. Let's go. We are long. We are strong. This is such an easy trade. It's a gimme. Lululemon, 5 years, it'll be over 500. Lululemon, probably 3 years, it'll be over 500. This is such a slam dunk. Tuck it away. Long-term accounts, just tuck Lululemon away. Honestly, crazy. Lululemon's one of my bigger holdings in long-term accounts. Also holding options. Also holding commons in trading accounts. Do consolidating. SPY still trying to push. Oracle still weak. A-Lab still absolutely filthy on the session, but trying to bounce off the lows. Let's see Bloom Energy. Bloom Energy is still just in that choppy range, guys. Look at that. So we pretty much picked the best time to trade Bloom in the morning, netting a beautiful 4.5%. And look at that. Ever since we sold, Bloom's just been trickling lower. So don't try to play this one until you get a sweep of the lows. You lost so much on Lulu, never again. And now that's why it's ready, Ram. It took your money. I've lost on Lulu as well. I'm not gonna lie. I lost on some call options, but starting to make it back here. Farther date, like 1 or 2 year calls, year or two out, are pretty easy trade in my opinion. Very easy trade. I want this SCCO trade to come in. This one's stretched. One of the biggest divergences you'll ever see in copper stocks. Usually they trade together. SCCO breaking out to the upside, FCX just collapsing, lowering their guidance, people liquidating copper, going right into SCCO. That is troublesome price because smart investors are unloading their SCCO. We sold SCCO. It went higher than I thought. Could have made more money on the trade, but nevertheless, we still had a nice amount of profit. But that's starting to come in now, and I could see SCCO ending the day with probably a bit of a little bit of reversal signal. It's got a lot of work to do. SPY's still trying to push up a little bit. You still have crude oil ripping to the upside, looking like it wants a new high of day. The dollar looks like it's going to give us a new high of day, just taking a bit of a breather. Wow, look at Rigetti, guys. Rigetti is just a filthy beast up here. If I didn't have so much exposure to quantum already, I'd be looking for a short on Rigetti. It's looking like maybe a bit of a hanging man candle forming. Even with the sell-off, PayPal showing a little bit of strength today. Good to see. SPY still under some heavy sell side pressure. Not firming up yet. Snapchat's still coming in. Marvell still acting well. Nvidia is still getting rejected off of prior day low. Oh yeah. Let's look at IQ. Coming in still. PDD. Still strong. Archer Aviation still looks ready for another pop here very shortly. Let's look at NEO. Looking like it wants new highs. XPEV still just forming a bit of a bull flag. Intel remarkably strong still. So Intel's certainly acting well. Lululemon though flying, guys. Still pushing. Seeing SPY breaking down sharply here. SPY is breaking. Stocks have just been demolished. NPH still trying to hold steady. Crude oil still trying to move. Amazon back to the negative side. Let me look at Amazon's chart because there was a big bounce intraday on Amazon getting sold into. So Amazon hitting some daily chart support. Close to it actually. Very close. EMA 113 there. If I were to trade a mega cap, it would likely be Amazon off of this area. GIS trying to break out of a bit of a bearish range. Looking a little bit more constructive. Uh, oh, what is this stock? iHuman Inc. So Georgiana bringing another ticker to our watch list. I've never heard of it before. IH is the ticker. iHuman Inc. Another China ADR. Daily chart. It's up 5% today. Weekly chart doesn't look bad at all. Trying to form a bit of a rounding base. Building out what looks to be the right shoulder or final stage one basing breakout. It's been a very tough equity to trade. Hasn't given the true breakout signal just yet, but it's trying. I don't really know much about it. It's a cheap equity, very light on volume. That's the only caution about tickers, guys. Just from my experience, I mean, I know people like to trade lower volume, lower price equities because you can get these monster moves, but same thing, man. I don't know. They do weird shit to low volume tickers. About 20,000 shares, 21,000 shares traded today. I personally can't get behind something like that. Um, I can't even mention it going along in my trading chat because I don't want to be saying I'm a pump and dumper. Like I could probably move a bit of the stock if I were to allocate some decent sized capital to it, but I like to make sure that if I recommend a stock, all of us can get filled, all of us can get exit entries. So very low volume. Just be aware of that. You know, whenever you see these weird candles intraday, it's just not for me. Not for me. But I wish you luck. I mean, maybe there's some sort of a mover that's going to take place in it. All right, SPY, yet again seeing more distribution, coming in hard. Micron back down 4%. Big bounce on your Russell, but it is getting sold into as well. Let's look at the QQQ here. QQQ trying to retrace a little bit of the selling. Dixie still trying to scream to the highs. All right, so now we got SCCO coming in much harder here. Take us to the profit. Come on, take us in profit. Let's look at BE again. Still near the lows. WOR. Worthington Steel trying to make a little bit of a push. What the heck is this ticker? QURE up 200 and something percent. Like, what the hell are you doing? Hello. 48%. Uniquire? What the hell is this stock? Health technology, biotech? Yeah, of course buy. 740 million market cap. Uniquire triples after brain disorder therapy slows disease progression in trial. Wow. You're going to enter a lot of stage 3 breakouts. A lot of biotechs are starting to report their stage 3 clinical trials results. You're going to see a lot of these pumps in certain biotechs. You're seeing biotechs has been one of the stronger parts of the market, and look at it. XBI just ripping. Even with this market weakness, XBI is up 1% on the session. Crazy to think that there's so much selling occurring in the Russell today, but biotech, a heavy weighted sector, is still acting quite well. And you got strength in retail. It's amazing to see IWM this down. Crazy. That's why the bids in IWM are pretty big intraday, because you got strength in biotech, strength in retail. Good spot to go long STX. Seagate. Yeah, this name scares me. Still so overbought. I mean, the move in this name is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. I would personally let it hit prior day low at minimum, if not resweep this low. I would personally wait a little bit longer. I think STX can still sweep this prior day low. Yeah, it could still go a little bit lower. SCCO is starting to come in pretty sharply. But fall coming in. I can't wait until we enter a market where a little bit more of the fundamentals make sense, because it's been a momentum driven market. Fundamentals, rational price action has not mattered at all for many years. Many years. At some point we should enter that again. And then that's where reading balance sheets, cash flow, valuations will make sense along with technicals, but so far we've been in an environment where you haven't really had to know anything about companies that make no money, just rip higher on pure speculation. But more money can be made in a bear market than in a bull market, which is crazy because so many stocks have been ripping, right? And it's been pretty nice to trade certain tickers. CCO is starting to come in a little bit. Copper stocks are seeing some selling. Crude oil looking like it wants to go for the highs again. Same thing with Dixie. Your dollar index is still trying to push. SPY still weak on the tape. Oklo's still a beast. Uranium down 1.15. Micron still under pressure. Oracle still down 3.6. A-Lab still down 10.5. Wow. Crazy day on A-Lab. Basically at break even on SCCO. I'd love to make money on that day trade. Markets are still looking a little bit heavier here. Snapchat back down. Looking, guys, we're looking for a re-entry into Snapchat. I am expecting a little bit of a push, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just take us back down to the lows and then maybe give us a push. But yeah, I'm expecting a bit of more of a bounce, but right now they're burning theta and chopping us lower. We're in a very heavy downtrend, so a move back down wouldn't surprise me, but I'm trying to trade a bit of a bounce. So far, it's not working. That's okay because I'm super duper hedged. Still heavily net short this market. Coming back down to the lows, resting right on that 7-day. Momentum is still up on the daily. Weekly chart a little bit weaker. I'm tempted. I am very tempted to Yeah, Q is trying. It's trying. Certainly trying to. Look at Freeport McMoran, guys. This is getting into a day trade long level, guys. Freeport is setting up for a bounce here, guys. Just as a heads up. We are coming into a very interesting level here on Freeport. Get ready for a long scalp here. I'm just going to go probably for probably about 6,000 shares, two tranches, 3,000, 3,000. But Freeport is selling here hard. I want to see it pierce this area. I want to see it sweep this low pivot here. But I'm looking ready for a long on Freeport McMoran, guys. That's coming in nicely. That's coming in really hard. Yeah, I'm gonna scalp that for sure. It's getting extremely oversold. Let me just look at some other factors here. Liquidity sweep. Is there a fib level? Yeah, you're coming into a nice fib level as well, so that's beautiful to see. Nice. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take Freeport on the long side for a day trade long, just common shares. But I want to see it sweep this 38.34 pivot. Very oversold. It's getting a little bit stretched here to the downside. It's risky because they did lower their guidance. But let it sweep this low here. I'm looking around 38.30-ish. 38.30 gets me interested in on a Freeport. I'm going to do a half position. I'm just trading commons on this name. Come on, Freeport. Here we go. Here we go. Dixie softening here a little bit. Micron's still weak. Nvidia's trying to firm up. SPY's still trying to hold steady. Oh, don't bounce it here. Who's front running? Who's front running? Come on. Sweep that low. You know you want to. SPY's trying to catch a bid. Come on. Don't pop it there. Crude oil new high of day. Don't you dare pop it before you sweep that liquidity. Come on. Ethereum almost turning negative here, guys. So crypto stocks could come under a little bit of pressure. ETH is trying to turn negative. Tesla's still up about 3. FCX down 15%. Big mover, guys. This is an S&P 500 stock that they will likely try to defend. Come on, who's front running this FCX? Don't fucking bounce it yet. One. It's a hard sell on Freeport today. That is a nasty sell. Just want to make sure this is the exact low pivot there. All right. SPY coming in a little bit more now. Are you serious? They're going to bounce Freeport right here? Come on. All right, so SPY volume is pretty thin. So we could get a pop here. SPY volume has really died down here. Still have crude pushing, but the Dixie softening. Dixie hitting a bit of a double top. So we could get a nice pump here in the market, guys. Dixie hitting a double top, selling off. SPY volume is really light. Doesn't take much money to move the market right now. Sell side pressure seems to have abated here. Lunchtime. Come on. SPY getting a push here. Freeport is a few pennies away from me taking my first fill. SPY is getting a nice push, retesting 661 here. Oh, come on, don't do it, Freeport. Sweep that low. Come on. SPY's getting a nice push here, low volume. Starting to move up a little bit here in the market. Nvidia is catching a big bid. Crude still pushing. Dixie softening. SPY's right back to the high of that range. New low of day for Freeport. S&P still trying to catch some liquidity here. Look at the volume on SPY, so light right now. So it does support higher prices. Come on. They're trying to still push the S&P. Oh, don't bounce Freeport. Come on. All right, more liquidity coming into your S&P 500. This is good to see. Good to see. Here we go on SPY. Our 662 calls are waking up. Come on, SPY is starting to wake up. Retest the top of this channel. Nice breakout here on SPY. 662 calls are waking up here. Come on. S&P still trying to get going. A nice push here, guys. SPY's looking like it wants to retest that prior day low. Huge push in your semiconductors and tech. Can see SPY's acting very well. QQQ getting a sizable bid. Like I said, usually after a big sell-off from highs, you retest the 382 fib level. Look what we just retested. Keep going, a little bit more squeezing, a little bit more squeezing. Qs are still trying to push. Looks like they want to take it back to the top of this channel. Nice little volume surge there on the breakout. Still should have a little bit more. Nice push here, guys. Really strong push. Beautiful job, guys. We did take a trim on our SPY calls there. Nice job making some money on the long side. Yeah, we're getting new highs. Market's pushing here. Beautiful job there. Beautiful. Come on, retest PDL. Big push in the market. Nice little mean reversion dead cat bounce. FCX never officially hit my long level. IONQ turned positive. Ripping quantum stocks have ripped. Oclo's catching a fat bid again. Markets are trying to push up here. Crude oil still ripping to the highs. So again, we did take a small trim on our SPY 662 calls. Adding a little bit of a profit. Let's see if we can hit the top of this channel prior to low. Come on. Don't know who was front running FCX, but never took a fill. Just missed my long level on FCX down here. Never officially hit it. SPY seeing a little bit of selling here. Crude oil is still pumping here, guys. Crude is still ripping to the upside. This pump could get sold into. I'm still expecting maybe one more little push to the top of this resistance channel. Again, QQQ, a nice retrace, getting sold into right now. Top wick distribution. Let's look at FCX again. FCX catching a fat candle. Anyone that front ran me, I do not like that. But holy shit, look at the bounce in FCX. Yeah, we're getting new highs. Yeah, quantum stocks are still super duper strong, right? Really, really filthy moves in quantum. Still seeing a massive bid. Massive bid in quantum. IONQ did briefly make a new high, getting sold into there slightly, but Rigetti still a beast at the highs, daily chart highs. QBTS still a filthy animal, pushing to the upside. Craziness. JP Morgan still weak on the tape. Still looks like JP Morgan can come lower today. So SPY is certainly a little bit of an iffy point here. It's trying to move up. Nvidia pushed. Micron's still weak. Apple's still weak. Google's still weak. Meta's still weak. Tesla still a beast. Oh, Tessie. Sunny, sunny, sunny days. Look at the bull flag on Tesla's hourly chart. Trying to rope in more bulls here. Looking pretty strong still for Tessie. IONQ slightly back to the negative side. Micron still under a lot of pressure. BBAI catching with Intel ripping. INTC still a beast. Snapchat trying to catch a bit of a bid. Wow, look at the Centene guys. So CNC ripping. They got Forbes magazine to basically endorse the stock today. Hence a massive breakout to the upside. 4.9% up in a week tape. Strong move for CNC. SoFi still a little weak down here. Looks like SoFi is curling back down. You got Micron selling off yet again. Let's look at Mr. Hood. Last time I looked at Hood, it was super duper strong. Still up 1.43, acting well. Acting very, very well. Nvidia is still trying to push. Look at what WTI crude is doing, guys. Oh my god, that is filthy. Filthy, filthy. Crude is freaking breaking out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive hours of upside on crude. We are seeing some nasty energy trades right now. XLE just ripping. That's filthy. Dixie still softening a little bit here. Double top. So it does help S&P. But the problem is crude oil is putting a massive headwind on the market. IWM still a little fragile down here. Whoever front ran me on there on FCX, I am pissed. Now I got to go lower on FCX because they had a huge move there. I don't like whoever front ran that FCX trade, but it is what it is. It is what it is. IWM trickling a little bit lower. Markets could easily revisit the lows. Trying to curl slightly to the upside. Micron still trickling down. Crude oil taking a little bit of a breather. Dollar trying to bounce. Markets are slowly trickling down. Open door up 16% and ripping. Rigetti up 6.9. 122, eh? Seeing a little bit of a bid coming back into your mega cap techs. Crude oil still surging. You got the dollar still just consolidating. SPY trying to make a little bit of a push higher here. Back above its 1 minute EMA 113. Giving us a little bit of higher low, higher low, higher low. Can it make another little higher high here? Larger trend is still down and very choppy. Weakness in semis, weakness in small caps today. I'm just doing my usual midday pre-market scan, insider selling. We've been pretty on point with our insider trades that we've taken. So we're going to keep that momentum. See, and again, it's not always a matter of if someone's buying or selling. It's always what shares are they holding? Are they selling at highs? Are they selling at lows? Are they selling in some mid chop? So it can be tricky to use that as a tool, but it's very helpful. All right, insider buy. That's nothing. Oh yeah, that's really nothing. What is this? An insider buy on this ticker? What's happening with this stock? Okay, so market cap is 566 million. Volume is good, 1.68 million on your 30 days. Looking like a bull flag on the daily. Not a bad observation. Wow, what sector is this in? Another biotech, eh? Interesting. These biotech insider buys. Wow. Let me look at this a little bit closer, this stock. That was executed. That already went through. It was just posted today, this morning. M37. Interesting. Let me see this ticker. I don't really know much about it, but not a bad setup. All right, members, I might have another little insider trade here that I'm going to get long. I might. I'm just looking into it right now, but it's looking so far, it's starting to check some boxes. Interesting. It also just got coverage by Barclays a few days ago. That's good to know. Okay. That's the biggest buy. Extra 30,000 insider buy. All right, SPY pushing here. Come on. Give us a push back to prior day low. Getting chart. They're trying to punch it. They are trying to punch it. But it has any contracts. Let me just see this ticker here. They're starting to try to punch SPY higher. Nice little squeeze. It looks like SPY is trying to test that channel. It wants it. Come on, get a little bit more follow through. Allow me to take some profits on these calls. Come on. Get our 662s in the money. Come on, give us a little bit of a higher high here. Give us a higher high. Push it, SPY, push it. Take me back to PDL. Take me back to PDO. I would not mind for a nice impulse candle right now. Come on. Take us back to 661.90. Come on. Come on. You got a little bit more in you. You got some more in you. All right, maybe we'll wait on that stock, but that's on the list. I'm going to watch one of those stocks, put it on the insider list here. Insider buying list. Come on, S&P, squeeze it. Squeeze it. Micron catching a fat bid. Nvidia trying to curl. IWM still a little laggy here, but trying. Come on, SPY, a little bit more, a little bit more. Take my calls in the money. Push these 662s up. Come on. Come on. Don't sell off. We're grinding. We are grinding. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, they could push us all the way back up to 662.50 today. They could do that on SPY. Patterns there. SPY's trying to, we're going to get a fat impulse candle. We break this area, you're going to see some volume come in. Break it. Impulse me. Give me that fat green candle. Come on. Break that high pivot. Here we go. Volume's trying. Nvidia staying muted. Micron getting a push. There's the impulse candle, guys. That's what I was looking for. That's the volume there. Boom. 1 minute impulse candle to the upside trying to break out. We're hitting a little bit of resistance, but we still have some momentum here. A little bit of selling off that trend line there. Breakout buyers, they're punishing it. This is the usual. Usual liquidity trap as they sell into the breakout buyers, but we should see probably a little bit more upside, but that was a nice little bounce off of the lows. SCCO coming in hard. I like it. You're getting a little bit more participation from your mega cap tech stocks. All right, what else do we got for insider activity? 3.3 million, that's an option exercise, so it doesn't really matter. And then more shares sold. Nope, that's the same amount. That's the same amount. Options, option, lots of option activity there. Option, shares. Proposed sale 709. Open door. Interesting. So look at that hard sell side candle. Fake breakout, slapped it right back down, right off of that channel, punishing the breakout buyers. You know, it's so dangerous being a breakout buyer sometimes. That's exactly what they did, slapped it back down. But SPY did give us a little bit of a higher high there. So we could easily push, but market's still in a technical downtrend on the session. Coming in hot. We have our SCCO now cooperating and trickling down back to break even for us. Big rejection there on SPY. This would be your aggressive buy level, but if we lose this pivot here, we're going to go right back down to the lows, guys. We are still seeing some distribution in this tape today. JP Morgan has gone negative, guys, so this market could revisit the lows. Just be very, very careful if you're in calls. Be very careful. JP Morgan breaking down is not a healthy sign for this tape. I repeat, not a healthy sign. Financials are taking it on the chin. That's for sure. This market could easily go down to the lows, guys. We could easily go down to the lows. JP Morgan is not looking good. Not a bear flag. This has room to run to the downside right now. My oh my. JPM coming in hot. SPY's in trouble, guys. S&P's in trouble. We could go down to the lows again. Just be aware. Just be aware. SCCO, we're green on. Quantum stocks still seeing some pressure. Lululemon up 3%, shaking and moving to the upside. Pump it, Lulu, pump it. Marvell, back to the highs of the tape. Marvell running into what? Daily 200 moving average. What a beast of a stock, guys. Marvell just ripping. Snapchat getting a nice continuation bounce here. JP Morgan and financials, guys, are getting wrecked here. Watch out. Financials have a big weighting in the S&P 500. If they keep selling here, we're in for some tumultuous price action. Keep your eyes on financials. If they kind of stabilize, SPY can push. But if they start breaking down and really seeing more of this bear flag on JP Morgan, we are due for some hard correction. Look at the relative strength in financials. JPM above its PDL, SPY well below its PDL. So the market's in a heavy downtrend. Just be aware. Be aware of that. You know, JP Morgan going negative has basically given us already a 1.4% sell range here. Crazy, eh? Crazy. Breaking. So we're breaking. Market's not looking strong at all. Not looking strong. Georgiana posting a chart here. What is this saying? QQQ disproportionately larger trades continue near all-time highs. 595.60 is where today's RTH prints reside. Interesting chart. We're still seeing the S&P weak. Financials look disgusting. Intel still acting well. Tesla still acting well. NEO still acting well. Freeport getting clobbered. SPY could be easily going back to the low. Looks like an M pattern here on the 1 minute. Double top. We're in trouble. We are in trouble now. This is looking nasty. A little bit of support here on SPY. A little bit of support off of this channel, but financials are just too weak here, guys. They're going to drag S&P down. You might have a little bit more relative strength in your Qs, but we are going downtown. We are going downtown, that's for sure. So that was the little spike, that 1 minute impulse candle to get out of your calls because they are drilling us. Look at JPM dripping to the downside. That is fierce, fierce, fierce price action. SPY getting wrecked right now. SPY getting wrecked. Your dollar and crude are still trying to rip. Look at financials in JP Morgan, guys. That is just getting annihilated right now. Annihilated. Mega cap tech. We are dripping. Dripping lower. Do 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 do. Let's take out the lows, S&P. Let's take out the lows. You can see that M looking nasty. Looking real nasty. Yeah, we take out the lows with that M pattern, guys. So you still have major weakness in the market today. Major weakness. You can see we're coming into our symmetrical move. That's another long level. But that is just nasty. Nasty. JP Morgan, look at it, JP Morgan. These are looking filthy. Look at JP Morgan. Financials are drilling to the downside right now, guys. Absolutely filthy declines in your financial stocks. Looking real nasty. Real nasty. That is real nasty, guys. Whew. Just look how extended this JP Morgan chart is. Obviously, it's one of your leading stocks, but JP Morgan is extended beyond belief, guys. Like, just look at how we've had such a strong run in XLF. Even if we mean revert back to, let me just sharpen up this channel here. Even if we mean reverted back to just the bottom of this channel, it takes JP Morgan back to about 306, 307. Financials, that's one nasty topping tail on JP Morgan. The only thing is that it's light volume, but your financials are just getting slaughtered here, guys. Look at that. That is just nasty. Filthy price action. You can just run through all financials. Bank of America coming in. Citigroup coming in sharply. Wells Fargo coming in sharply. That's nasty. So we issued a couple new trade alerts today. Couple new trade alerts with members in the options trading group, as well as one in the investing group. I'm hoping we just wake up tomorrow to this biocardia up 100%. That'd be nice. SoFi still coming in a little bit. These quantum stocks, man, oh my goodness. Craziness. Craziness. Rigetti's even worse. Rigetti's even worse. Look at Rigetti. Yeah, JP Morgan can go a hell of a lot lower. You know, you're just piercing your 7-day moving average today. Weekly time frame, probably looking for a weekly reversal signal, takes you back under 310. But I mean, I would have to think JP Morgan's going to retest some pretty critical levels. Just throwing this little bit of a volume shelf here. 300 is your value area high from this previous impulse consolidation range. sitting on a little bit of a point of control zone. All right, so yep. Yep. JP Morgan's been a nice short trade. That was issued this morning around 11 o'clock. It's been a nice one. Pretty much shorting the highs. Basically just trading flat on SCCO. IONQ remains just an animal at the highs. Oklo down a little bit, but still has a lot more downside to go. Snapchat still trying to show a little bit of strength off of its daily chart moving averages. Marvell just a monster pushing. You got your natural gas stocks that are still running. Look at names like crazy. RRC ripping. CNC up 5.7%. Come on, CNC. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Squeeze it. Bitcoin's still doing really well. Marvell up 9% now? Holy moly. That's insane, guys. Insane. Lululemon up 3%. Oracle down 3. Baba still up 8. Crazy moves. Look at Marvell, guys. Holy moly. Shouldn't have taken my $90 calls off. Those are looking juicy. Damn. Crazy. Airlines are getting slapped today. FCX sweeping lows. Never ever took an entry. Waited. But now it's interesting. FCX has knifed through quite a couple short levels. That was the bounce I was looking for. I don't know if I want it now because the market is so weak. But I don't even know why my alert didn't trigger there. That's weird. But FCX, I would take FCX long down here at 37.80. That would be my first entry. Down at that region. So yeah, like I said, I'm not liking what I'm seeing in this market right now. We are looking extremely bearish. IWM is back testing this breakout trend line where you broke out. If you lose this area, we're going down to this 240.30 and then gap fill. That could be hit tomorrow. We still got a ton of time left in the session, 2 hours here, and I'm seeing quite a bit of weakness in some important stocks. Not liking it. I think that there's a strong chance we can still go lower today. They could easily sell us down some more. You got head and shoulders triggered. You got bear flags. You got M formations. Lower highs, lower lows, things are looking filthy. You're forming another little head and shoulders here on the 2 minute chart. You've triggered this M pattern. You got a bear flag. You got a much larger head and shoulder. Everything I'm seeing right now is still bearish. So just be cautious trying to buy this dip too early. I think if we were to get a bit of a reversal trend again, it's going to happen into power hour. So just be careful. I wouldn't be chasing long here. Still press your shorts. Press your shorts. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Short. Great day to be net short. There's still a lot of selling that can occur. We are breaking down here in the markets. It feels like we've been selling all day, and we have, but SPY's only down 0.46, QQ only down 0.5%. And the reason why it feels like there's so much more selling, institutions love the gap and crack sell side pressure. I mean, look at this sell range in the market today. You know, it's been absolutely just drilling. We've already fulfilled a 0.74% range, but we can go lower. You know, what makes me think we can go lower, just this algo sell here that occurred. If we do that symmetrical move to what we just see right now, I mean, we could head to 658 in a worst case scenario, throw the baby out with the bathwater type of trade. That would be insane today. We are seeing some nastiness today. You got a lot of support coming to that M pattern low, symmetrical move here. You'll have a parallel channel, but it looks like they're going to breach the lows of the session. It really, really does. Nvidia seeing more weakness. Crude and Dixie still pushing. BBAI coming in hot and heavy. Now Tesla's starting to sell. Look at this Freeport McMoran, guys. I'm so close. Luckily, I've stayed away from it. The only long level I had was here, bounced before, but I am looking at trading it again. Or I shouldn't say again, but I'm looking at trading it the first time. Because this chart is just getting absolutely dusted. I mean, what a technical breakdown on FCX. You're sweeping not one, but two major liquidity zones here. Impressive. So impressive, the fall on Freeport. So you could get a pop back to 661 and change here on SPY. A little bit of a facelift, trying to bounce here on the Russell as well off of a bit of a higher low. Still defending that 30-minute chart support. Big bounce in the S&P there. Big bounce. Ramsing SPY 657 today. That would be crazy. No, not today. I don't. That would be insane. That would be insane. That would be crazy. I mean, maybe, but that's highly unlikely for now. If that were to happen, that would be a nasty sell. That would put the indices down another $2. I mean, it could happen actually. It's not that far considering what we had, but sorry, no, it would be more than $2. It would be 360. Yeah, that would be crazy. I mean, we're due for a 1% down day. We haven't had one in a while. But I think if we sell off, I think we're going to stabilize somewhere around here, this 659 zone. M pattern, symmetrical move, parallel channel, quite a bit of factors there. But pops are being shorted for sure. Financials are trying to stabilize just a little bit. So BlackBerry. Last earnings had a huge pop. Previous earnings before that had a huge drop. Tough name ahead of earnings, but trend is strong. It looks like it's probably going to gap up. I'd say BlackBerry's going to gap up. Tough name though. Into earnings. How are contracts on BlackBerry right now? Probably pretty cheap. Maybe I'll take some lotto. Are you thinking about calls there, Surfers? I mean, the equity price is so cheap in itself, but maybe I'll take some lottos here. Oh, it's earnings tomorrow morning, not after the bell. So earnings tomorrow morning, let's see what end of week calls would be like. If we were to take 450 calls, right now they're at 20 cents. Yeah, it's really only 450s I'd take. They're cheap. BlackBerry 450 calls for end of week, September 26th. 20 cents right now. Tight spread. $5 is a little bit too much. I mean, those would print. It's 10 cents. No, I'd rather stick with 450s. 450s would be back to the highs there. That's an easily doable move. It's only about a 5% pop. So anything extra would be, tough one. It's got the weekly chart momentum on your RSI. You're just getting slammed right now, right back at that weekly 200. So you're rejected here, rejecting slightly again, but it's got some momentum with it. Daily chart momentum, it has it. Weekly chart momentum, it has it. Maybe they want to pop it. It's not looking bad, BlackBerry. Not looking bad. I really don't know. Haven't been following BlackBerry much. What's its earnings? 120 million. Yeah, it's been rough for BlackBerry. Starting to get a little bit better forecasts on an annual basis. Quite interesting, actually. Yeah, that's not looking bad. Not looking bad at all. BlackBerry's trying to turn it around here. BlackBerry is trying to turn it around. Hmm. You're thinking you're right. There should be some talk about AI for sure. I'll take some 450 calls into the week. A little bit of a lotto play. Sarfrez, if I make money on this trade, give you a big shout out. If I lose money, I'm sending you my invoice. But it's not a bad. It's got the momentum, so we'll see if they want to squeeze it higher. Go with some short outs. I wonder what the short interest is in BlackBerry right now. Let's see if I can find that out real quick. A little bit of short interest. BlackBerry has roughly about 35.1 million shares short, down from 37.2, roughly 5.92%, 3.1 days to cover. So there's a little bit of short interest in BlackBerry that they might try to wipe out. Interesting. Interesting. ALAB now down 11.3. BABA still strong. SoFi really coming in, guys, from the highs. JP Morgan still slightly positive. SoFi not looking good right now. Coming in. Nvidia seeing some distribution. SoundHound has gone negative. Call BlackBerry an educated guess. Technicals point higher, but big news event can change anything. Wow, open up 17%. What a mover. It's crazy. Nat gas. Bitcoin still trying to press. Seeing a little bit of selling in Nvidia. Micron. SPY is just chopping in no man's land. All right. I'm seeing a couple things here. You could be forming an inverse head and shoulders that could pop your SPY here, or you could be forming a head and shoulders. Trend is down intraday, but we're oversold. And if they were to gap the markets down tomorrow, you would figure they want to get a little bit more long liquidity in to trap some of the bulls. I think there's a strong chance we could see a gap down tomorrow. What's the play into the end of the day, guys? 0 DTE calls or 0 DTE puts? Let's do a little bit of a poll here. If we get an overwhelming majority, we'll go with whatever the crowd thinks. Cabin, you're just a permable. LOL. If we get, I want a few more votes. If we get 6 votes and majority say one way, then we'll go that way. We'll see how good this trading chat is. So far, we got 1 vote for the calls. I'm looking for a consensus. 0 DT calls or 0 DT puts into end of day. For SPY, which way are we going to go? Only one direction. Which way? Pick a side, pick a side. 661 calls or 661 puts, or maybe even 660 puts. 661 calls, 31 cents. 661 puts, 61 cents. Rams taking calls. Take 2 weeks from now. No, I'm doing zeros. Zeros into the end of the day. Some power hour. Power hour. Or sour hour. So far, we got 2 bulls in the chat. 2 bulls. Playing winning 1-0. Our new signing, Eze, scored a goal. It's pretty low. It's only the League Cup, so it's not really that important. All the favorites are winning right now. Man City's winning, Newcastle's winning, and Tottenham is winning. So all of the favorites are winning. We got 3 bulls right now. Oh my goodness. You guys, you're scaring me. You're scaring me. We got a herd mentality. Maybe they're right. Maybe we take calls. All right, at 3:30. So far, I'm looking at entering calls. So at 3:30, I'm going to wait till about 3:30. But we're getting a push right now. So far, the chat is right. SoFi, catching a little bid. JP Morgan hanging on by a thread. Your Russell 2000 trying to coil here. Uranium down 2.6. IONQ back slightly negative. Still such a strong name. Oklo continuing to break down here. Oklo seeing some distribution signals. Micron has firmed up, but seeing a little bit of 5-minute selling. How's Freeport? Did that bounce at all? Wow. Man, that's twice Freeport has bounced just over there before my long and over here. Crazy. Never hitting my downside level. Unfortunately. JP Morgan still hanging on just to some slight positivity. We still got 3 bulls in the chat so far. We are seeing the markets trying to push up just a little bit. Just a little bit. SMCI's turn negative. Viking Therapeutics is making a nice little push back today. Nice little push for VKTX here. Again, I still think VKTX is forming a really solid base down here. Looks like a daily chart bull flag, maybe an inverse head and shoulders pattern trying to form. All right, give me a dip so I can get into some calls. Come on. Still want a couple more votes. Which way are we going? Calls, puts, 0DT play. Let's see how good the chat is. So far, we got 3 bulls calling for higher upside. You got Micron selling off just a little bit. Nvidia curling down. Nasty little head and shoulders M-top pattern on Micron trying to form. SOX has been bullish throughout the session, making a V-shaped recovery, going briefly green, now starting to soften up just a little bit. So your semiconductors have certainly recaptured some strength today. IWM trying to make a move. So today we've taken quite a nice amount of profit off of our IWM put options. We also took a nice amount of profit off of A-Lab today in the options trading group. That was a really, really good trade on our IWM 241 puts, adding 54%. In the investing group, we did sell our SCCO for a lovely 19.2%. Really, really solid gain on our copper stock. And we're still looking at some key shorts in this market. I still think there's quite a bit of frothiness. As Powell said yesterday, valuations are high. It's been a while since I've seen, or sorry, it's been a while since I've heard the Federal Reserve Chairman say valuations are high. You do not typically hear that. He kind of almost, I think, let that slip a little bit. Although he did preface it with the fact that the Federal Reserve doesn't dictate or doesn't seem to know where valuations should be. Give me a break. That's a load of crap. No matter what type of metric you look at, we're pretty much stretched across individual stocks, indices. So far, markets are trending a little bit down. Haven't really made a move yet. We are support. We are not at resistance. Starting to get a little bit heavier here. 4 bulls, 4 0 DT calls. So far, calls are looking pretty good right now. So there was a bit of a high volume candle there. SPY tried breaking out on a high volume. If it fails, we could see a flusher. So after the bell, you do have KBH, ticker KB Home reporting. You got Fuller, which is Sarfers all over. Steelcase, ticker SCS. Worthington Steel, they're already done. Stitch Fix, ticker SFIX. After the bell. Alright, I'm looking at 661 calls here for a bit of an entry. If we get sort of a dip, I'll look to enter up on the dip. Dip and rip. Dip and rip. Come on, baby. What you got? Alright, maybe they're trying to push it up. Tesla's still up 4.15%. Strong day for Tessie. Very strong day for Tessie. Looking like Tesla wants to sweep the high. JP Morgan was bought back. Not much though. Not much. It's had a little bit of a buying program. A tiny buy. It's not much. You know, that's expected, a bid like that back to its bearish range. You look at it, it's pretty much trading with SPY off of the lows. Alright, so pretty much basically right where SPY is, so let's see, it's exactly where SPY is. There's always going to be an underlying bid in JP Morgan. A lot of short covers, short covering rally down here. Supreme Leader saying I'm up 4% on the day, holding only 5 stocks. All our value, HITI, API, AQST, TSM, and SSRM. Thanks for your input. Nicely done, Supreme Leader. Let's look at some of those plays that you're in. Let's look at HITI. Acting well, looking like it's going to go for a new high of day sweep. Got a lot of momentum with it. Energy stocks are certainly running. API. China play, nicely done. That's up quite nicely, looking like it wants to also push a bit higher. Chart pattern not looking bad at all. AQST. Questive Therapeutics, not too familiar with this name, but it's up nicely, holding your 7-day moving average. Weekly chart looking like a W pattern is on the precipice of breaking out. This one could be a big runner. Wow. That's looking very strong. A lot of momentum there. Ton of momentum. Weekly RSI has a ton of room to continue to run. It's not overbought. Ton of room. It's an interesting observation that yeah, that one could double still. TSM, Taiwan Semi, that was weak earlier. Never mind. Strong on the week, weak on the day. So weekly charted TSM has just been a behemoth pushing. Is TSM over $1 trillion now? I believe it is. Let's just look here. Oh yeah, well over $1 trillion. 1.15. 1.15 trill. Big boy on the block. It's a biggie. It's a biggie. Alright, Oklo seeing a little bit more selling. Uranium seeing some selling. Dixie is softening just a touch here. Soundhound getting sold into. SoFi getting sold into. IONQ seeing some sell side pressure. It's crazy, even with a 6% down day, Ocal's intraday chart barely looks like it's moved. Crazy. Ram saying 660.63 POC. I'll wait for that level. Okay, thank you. Here's the SPY breakout attempt. We'll see if it wants to stick and move. Will it hold the breakout, or is it going to get faded off that little EMA level again? The difference is SPY is coming from a higher low. And you can see this little inverse head and shoulders that SPY is trying to trigger takes us where? Back to kind of that little neckline zone. Imagine they squeezed us all the way to 662 or back to prior day. That would be crazy. What are those 662s right now? End of day squeeze, 7 cents a con for 662 SPY calls. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Big lotto. Should we take a big lotto? 662 0 DTEs. You're breaking here. 26 minutes left. Ooh, filthy beasts. Filthy. Pushing it right back down. We got 4 votes. 100. All of them say calls. All right, guys. I'm going to try to attempt some 661 SPY calls here. Small size. 2 contracts. It's looking pretty nasty, though. Just some fun money. Long 661 SPY calls, 2 contracts, 0 DTEs, basically 50 bucks. The chat was bullish, so we're gonna go with the chat. Micron trying to push. SPY looking a little bit grim here. Come on, chat. Don't fail me now. Don't fail me now, chat. Don't fail me now. Push it back to 661. Turn my 50 bucks into 100 bucks. Let's go, chat. Oh, SPY's looking heavy. Guys, I'm gonna lose my trade. Ride or die. All or nothing. For entertainment purposes only. Not financial advice. But we are long. Everything. We're 100% on zero. Coming in hard. Oh, Clo. Coming in hard. So far. Coming in hard. IONQ selling off a little bit. Micron still in. A-Lab. Holy moly. Look at A-Lab, guys. What the heck? Under 200 now for ALAB, guys. Huge decliner on the session. Getting absolutely slaughtered. This is now into a bounce zone for A-Lab, guys. That's into a bit of a bounce zone. If that one gaps down tomorrow, we would be a day trade long. Absolutely. That would be an absolutely clinical day trade long. Oh, SPY's trying to make a move. SPY's trying to make a move. Here we go. Here we go. We bought the little dip. Are they going to squeeze our 661s in the money? Come on. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. It's all about entries. We didn't chase it up here. We waited for the pullback. Went long. Come on. Squeeze us higher here. Squeeze us higher. Doo-doo. Oklo coming in. Nvidia selling off. Dixie curling down. Tesla, Intel still behemoths. Pushing to the upside. Aw. Are they going to really pin SPY here? Are you serious? They're going to pin it here. That's craziness. Big squeeze, end of day. Big squeeze. Big squeeze. Nope. Not wanting to do it. SPY. Oklo. Finally Oklo coming in hot and heavy. Oklo dumping here. Uranium now down 3.3%. A-Lab? What about A-Lab? A-Lab getting annihilated. We took profits on our put options today. 205 puts went in the money. But tomorrow, if they gap down A-Lab again, we will have a fantastic day trading opportunity just for a pure dead cat bounce play. You know, I'm eyeing up this gap here. It's a long way down, but even here, I mean, yeah, I'm hoping that A-Lab gaps down because we'll scalp it long. We'll scalp it long just for a day trade, not a swing, but just for a day trade. You know, this is the first pullback that A-Lab has had from all-time highs. So it's going to catch a bid. But yeah, under a lot of pressure. Aw, SPY. Come on, SPY. Is the chat wrong? The chat's wrong so far. It's got 17 minutes to get its big ass up there, SPY, but struggling. Nvidia selling. Finally seeing our SCCO short trade green. So SCCO looks like a blow off move in my opinion today. Again, we were bullish this name for quite a long time. We've been discussing copper stocks for quite a long time. We've been accumulating SCCO since early August, sold it today. And now we flipped to the short side. Do I think SCCO can still push higher? I do, but it probably needs a little bit of consolidation. We've had now 1, 2, 3, 4 really big weeks of upside. Still could hit 140-ish, 144, but it needs a little bit of a breather. I have another re-entry level on SCCO if it were to come in a bit. Oh, Spy, what are you doing here? You're just fucking burning theta. Come on. Nastiness. Just give us a move. Just give us a move. Come on. Looks like they're going to try to chop it down. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Looks like they're going to chop it down. Pretty hard sell on IONQ here into the close. Names like Rigetti are probably getting a little bit stretched and cooked here. Yep, Rigetti almost going negative. Rigetti potentially ending the day with a topping tail. It's had a wide range today. Very wide range. QBTS. QUBT. Yeah, Spy's dropping here. They're gonna try to flush Spy, I think. It's gonna be a flusher here into the close, guys. Look out below. Aw, come on, chat. Chat. Why did we say calls? Come on. 14 minutes left. 14 minutes left. Oklo flushing here into the close. Nasty bearish engulfing on Oklo. Oklo looks a little bit cooked. Happened. That's okay, guys. It's 50 bucks. It's just fun money. And the contracts right now are, I'm in at 25 cents. I'm down about 10 cents, 9 cents. But it doesn't even matter. It's fun money. It's just for entertainment. It happens. Live call outs are tough. You put your neck on the line and the market makers chop it. Oh, 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 maybe you guys are going to be right. Maybe the bulls are going to be right here. Spy big pump. Spy big pump. Wow. Look at this theta burn. Chopping and slopping. Everyone just knifing around. Look at the big pump. Oklo dumping. Nvidia trying to catch a 5-minute bid here. This is just pure chop and slop, ladies and gents. Pure chop and slop. Hey, surfers, Blackberry. So what did I say? Blackberry, not Blackberry. Blackberry going flat. What do you know? Whoa, my calls are coming back. Down 3 cents. This is crazy chop. Yeah, I'm up on my calls as well now. Thank you, chat. I'm up on my calls. I'm up a whole penny. 2 pennies, guys. Can we get 661s in the money? Yes. Yes, I'm making $2 right now. Yes, let's go. I'm up. I'm up $6. Let's go. Pumping 661 calls are green. Uh, this is pretty funny. Look at them annihilate Oklo here into the close, guys. They are absolutely crushing Oklo. They crushed A-Lab today. They're crushing Oklo. It's basically a whole lot of nothing. Basically a whole lot of nothing. They're not giving any sort of meaningful breakout direction here unless they get a big pump or dump in the next 10 minutes. It's a whole lot of nothing here into the end of the day. Whole lot of nothing. All right, there we go, guys. That's a nice little push. That's a nice little push there. Beautiful little job. The chat was right so far. Give us a little bit more. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Yeah, GX is trying to make a move here. Breaking out of a little bit of a basing formation. Oklo now down 8%. Look at that nasty bearish engulfing on Oklo. Coming in hot and heavy now. Oklo is coming in hot and heavy. JP made some money on his SPY calls. I'm still holding in anticipation. If we get one more impulse green candle, I'll look to exit. So one more little move higher here. One more quick spike and I'll sell my SPY calls. But I'm still in. I'm up about 50% right now. Almost. One more little push here. Come on, SPY. One more little push. I guess the chat called it. So far, end of day push. End of day push, guys. Can they take these calls 100%? We will need a big push here until the end of the day. Come on. Take them 100%. Give us that liquidity power candle. Wave the magic wand into the end of the day. Wave it. Wave it. Oklo coming in. Big green candle. Come on. Big green candle. Nope. What are they going to do here? Nvidia, Micron curling down. Big red candle will come on SPY. We'll see. We will see. It's fun money. Anything can happen. Here comes some red candles, Ram. But it can change. Anything can change. Big push. Big green candle. New high. Spike higher. Anonymous saying XLF can collapse now that I sold my puts for a 4K loss last Thursday. Oh my goodness. Anonymous. Don't do that. Financials are looking financials look disgusting. All right, guys, my calls are working. I'm green on the trade. I'm green on the trade. Next little pop, I'm going to sell into my calls here. Come on, one more little pop. Calls there. I'm all out of my calls at 40 cents. 40 cents from 25 cents to 40 cents. Nice little call out there by the chat. Netted a little bit of a gain, $50 to $80. Not going to make or break the bank, but it's a win. Entertainment purposes only. Good job, chat. The chat was right. Good job, chat. A little bit of a 0 DTE fun money there into the close. Making a little bit of money there. You guys should have told me to full port. You guys should have told me to full port. Sorry for his. Now I'm not going to sleep at night knowing I've got an earnings play tomorrow morning. BlackBerry. I'm going to be, yep. That's a nasty big red candle there. Yikes. Yikes. Should we get back in the calls? 661s again? No, I'm kidding. Micron getting dumped into here. Oklo still under pressure. Should I take profits on BlackBerry? BlackBerry, we're green. Let's look at the IWM here. Who's 5 minutes behind, Ram? Someone's 5 minutes behind. IWM getting sold back right at the lows. Look at how SPY's off the lows. IWM trading at those lows. Nasty little day for the Russell 2000 coming in. Pretty hot and heavy. I'm 5 minutes behind from what? From the markets? No way, man. All right, guys, so it's been a great trading day today. Final 2 minutes here in the session. You got the IWM leading the charge to the downside, down 0.82% today. QQQ down 0.36%, SPY down 0.33%. SPY's holding up the best. You've had the dollar breakout today, crude oil breakout today, crypto stocks acting well, especially Bitcoin breaking out today. You've had Tesla and Meta hold up in mega cap tech land. Microsoft has turned green. Amazon down but off of the lows. Nvidia down but off of the lows. Apple has been weak all session. And Google down tremendously, 1.86%. You've seen Oklo fall into the close here, down 8.17%. You've seen A-Lab, so some of these high flyers getting done and dusted. Micron had a hard down day, but off of the lows. I look behind by a few minutes. What do you mean? My charts aren't live? Like YouTube's what, a 5 to 10 second delay, I think. Telegram's live. Big push on the S&P. Why? Is your SPY chart reading something different? Now look at the volatility. Huge moves. IWM right back down to the lows. All right, guys, so that is pretty much a wrap of the session. 5 minutes. Great job trading today. As soon as I get an alert on FCX, no, I'm watching the stream. I'm only delayed by about 5-10 seconds. It's not 5 minute delay. FCX will be on watch for a long tomorrow. Came into the close here, but great job trading today. We crushed on the swing trade side. Also, we executed a couple nice day trades this morning. So really, really good job in the live day trading room. Yeah, upgrade your time machines. But we'll see what happens with BlackBerry tomorrow. We'll see what happens with the markets. The markets have triggered a bit of bearish formations, which we'll discuss in a little bit of a members video. But thank you all for tuning in, and hopefully everyone made some money today, or at least learned something. That's the main thing. If you didn't make money, at least you try to learn something from the market. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you all tomorrow.